is actually here for third reading as well. So we just added number 2.2 to third reading just for administration cleanup on the agenda.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any other amendments? Councillor Foat?
I would like to put an emergent item on the agenda for the position of deputy mayor. And we have to make a decision on that today with my term is running out. And so we have to look after that today.
Okay. All right, with that, if I can get a motion to accept the amendments as presented.
So just on an emerge item, it needs to be its own vote.
Okay.
So if we can call that motion, maybe.
Two motions? Okay. All right, if I can get a motion to accept the amendments in regards to the bylaws for Dawson's Landing and Waterford Stage 1. Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that we adopt the agenda as presented or as amended.
I think we have to do just those two motions, motions separately. So for Dawson's Landing, second and third reading, and for Waterford, second and third reading under the bylaws.
Okay, I'll have to ask someone else to make that motion.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
I make a motion that we accept the change to the agenda under the bylaws for second and third reading of Dawson's Landing Phase 4, minor land use map bylaw 019-22, Waterford Stage 1 minor land use map for second and third reading, and also the community standards bylaw for third reading.
Okay. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Our second motion, as Mr. Councillor Foat had brought forward, is if I can request a motion to accept for new business the conversation and decision around deputy mayor. Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that we adopt the agenda for the position of deputy mayor to be discussed.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Councillor Hanley?
No. So now I make the motion that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Very true. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the adoption of minutes. Our first minutes to adopt are June 14th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes. I can get a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. I move that we adopt the June 14th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes.
Any comments or questions in regards to those minutes? Councillor Foat?
I would like to thank Ledge for doing such a great job of redoing the minutes so that we get them up to date. Thank you.
Yes, very much so. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to say that for both of the minutes, I reviewed them against the videos. I verified them over the weekend. So excellent. The minutes are all in line.
Excellent. Okay. All right. All in favor of adopting Councillor Foat's motion, sorry? Carried. If I can get a motion to accept the June 21st regular council meeting minutes. Councillor Hanley?
I move we accept the June 21st, 2022 regular council meeting minutes.
Any comments or questions, council? All in favor to adopt the June 21st regular council meetings minutes? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Hanley?
Relating the council meeting minutes, I would like to ask administration that as they're doing the catch up on the minutes, that as the minutes are prepared, if they could email to all of council the minutes, so it gives us an opportunity to review them in advance, because I believe at our next meeting coming up or a future meeting coming up, there'll be a stack of them. So that would facilitate the process. So that they'll be released when the agenda comes out, so it goes to the public, but it gives us ample opportunity to vet the minutes.
Jerry, do we need a motion for that, or is that standard item?
It's just a standard. Again, good morning. If we can just have a motion on that, just to direct us to do that, and if all council is in favor of us releasing them via email, and then with any changes that they might have, they can just email back to Ledge Services. That way we can make the corrections and then send it back out, because I know September is probably going to be a ramped up month too, but this gives us time to actually get those minutes right. Go back and make those corrections as well. And then this way gives, like you said, council ample time to look at them as well. So if we can get a motion on that, thank you.
Okay, so as an email, sent out by email, but also to be returned by email for any clarification. So if you can give that motion, Councillor Hanley?
Okay. I move that the council directs administration, that as outstanding council meeting minutes are prepared, that they be emailed to all of council in advance. Council will respond back to administration with any changes or comments in advance of them being distributed on a public agenda and being approved by council future meeting.
Council, any comments or questions? Read the motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item E, which is our action list. At this point, what I'm recommending for today is our schedule is so busy, is likely to table our action list till the next council meeting. Jerry, do I need a motion for that? Okay. If I can get a motion to table the action list. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we table the action list until the next scheduled council meeting.
Any comments or questions? Oh, sorry, there's no comments on that. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item F, which is our staff reports for information. We have our first item on the agenda, which is Q2 financial report, which is exciting, pages 17 to 28. Good morning, Ann.
Do you have a slide? Right. What?
This is, like one of.
Good morning, Mayor and welcome. Today I would like to read the Q2 report, UGA from January to June. I like to read from the preliminary because usually when we read Q2 is in July, so we wait for all these report invoice to come in. So today is the preliminary number. I don't know if you have the presentation as well, you. If you do, I would like. The first slide is.
And if I could just interrupt for a second, sorry. It's important that the residents are able to watch this as well. If we can get that.
Just the amount of voting right now.
If we can get that loaded, we'll just give it a minute. Thank you. Just in case you've just joined us, we're just waiting for some information to be loaded so we can continue on our presentation today. We have a full agenda today, which will be focused around our public hearings, one for Dawson's Landing, one for Waterford, and one for our CUI dissolution. There we go. Our agenda packet, or sorry, our report is coming up for our Q2 financial report for the city.
Well, that's just what you.
That report is coming shortly in our public hearing. So we'll be just waiting for the report for the Q2 financial report for the city of Chestermere, and that'll be loaded soon, and then Ann Ty is going to be able to present that to us. Great, thank you very much. I think everyone's got that. Thank you very much.
January to June, year to date, on Q2 report on revenue to spend by department. We are looked by comparison to the prior year. The revenue of the community growth is continuing to increase significantly due to growth, new population, in revenue increase in GS, the community growth department. You can see that the corporate service revenue is remain kind of stable over the past 3 years. What included in the corporate service revenue is the tax. So you can see it have not been, it's kind of been stable over the past 3 years. On the department revenue is pretty much the same compared to the last 3 years. Overall, the total revenue in 2020 to 2021 and 22 with a slightly increase, roughly about 5% each year. And go to expense side. Look at all the departments. There are a decrease in expense in 2022. The reason is due to the timing and the staff, and some of them will be the saving in the expense. So because these are year-to-date preliminary numbers, we expect the number will change in the next quarter. The next slide is a graph. So this is for the people who like to see, look at the picture of the number is very easy. The number in 2021 is slightly down in expense, and the revenue is kind of stable, and it's going to increase in 2021. I make a change from the Q1. In this quarter, I break down the revenue into more detail. I follow the breakdown on the financial statements, so we can easily to refer back to when we present the financial statement. So the revenue will be break down into categories and tax. That includes education tax and other tax. But you can see that there's a slightly increase in the tax It's mostly due to the increase in the education and reputation career. And sale of service, that includes is all the service that we provide, as included in the new subdivision and everything. So you can see that it's increased. If you can look back into the department, it will reflect the same increase. Penalty and cost and tax, so that would be a penalty. And if people don't pay tax by the due date, so and over the year, it's just small, but then it's kind of stable. So that means we are doing good in collection. We keep the number level. License and permit is like increasing significant due to the new development. Investment income, I just want to split the category to work with the financial statement at this point. It's just a preliminary. We don't have a full picture for the investment revenue yet. Government transfer is the grant, operating grant. You can see a change in 2021 and 22 because due to the COVID grant. That offer one time only in 2021. And 2022, we go back to the normal. So if operating grant is usually only for the police grant and MFI operation. And at this point, we don't have received the payment yet. Draw from the fixed surplus. We know that only the item we include in there is to draw from the fixed surplus to cover for the RCMP loan. So that's only one budget item now. And then from equity, it's just a non-cash, it's just a year-to-date number for the amortization. So the number is at this point, it's just estimate number only. Because we run amortization annually, so we will have the actual number by the end of the year. Similar to revenue, I break down the category similar to that with the financial statement. We break down the item like salary and wage, amortization and rent, contract in general, purchase from all the government, that means that we pay for the police agreement, the fire agreement, that, and transfer to all the organizations. We took grant to all the organizations in Chesimere, for example, Community or United Way or the Food Bank. The bank chart is just a small item, but I took on to mark in financial statement. We've been if you can see, it's slightly increased in 22 because we have implemented many other methods for residents to pay their tax. So we have more debit machine with the Clover, and then we run many transactions on EFT. We move from running check to EFT, so the bank chart is slightly increased. And you can see that the added to the fixed purpose is reduced. It seems because we changed in our policy in the fixed purpose. The franchise fee is now not added to the fixed surplus anymore. It will stay in operation. So you can see that change. So overall, the 2021 compared to 22 year-to-date number, we haven't spend as much because due to the timing, some of the projects we have in operating that we haven't started yet, and then due to timing and short of the staff. Right now, we haven't received you see the number in the
That's not expenses.
and similar to spend and revenue by department, I have a slide show the graph of revenue and expense. So that will be additional information. That will be the 2022 actual and extend by department. As you can see by the previous slide, you can see the year-to-date number for 2022. On the revenue is compared to budget is still slightly different, 1.2% different from the budget. So it's quite low. And if you look at the corporate service revenue, and on the budget, we do budget for supplementary tax. And but at this point, we haven't collected the tax for supplementary yet. So and that will be happening in November. Community growth is also increased more than budget, and due to a little bit lower than budget. And like I mentioned before, is that the time in government. That's why we check the draft, so you can see the comparison between budget and actual right now. The revenue side is pretty much slow. The expense side is a little bit. The next slide is similar to this. I break down the expense by category. So it's easy to see what we spend on, and the number is matching with the budget and by department too. And the next slide is also the reserve for business students. You can see that salary and wage are kind of low in the budget in operating actual. And at this point, I have mentioned before, is the number is the preliminary number. There will be invoice that on the way that we haven't received yet. I try my best to accrue as much as I can we are aware of. And this is complete my presentation. If you have any questions,
Thanks very much, Ann. Councillor, are there any questions for Ann? Stephen?
I guess just for clarity, if we can go back to the presentation. And I guess if we go to the first slide with the numbers. On the bottom where you show net expenses, that's really sort of profit versus loss, and as negative. The revenue side is, we look at that as 1.3 million better, and expenses are down 2.2 million year over year. And as I indicated, it's primarily due to the growth of Dawson Landing, Dawson and Chelsea, as well as, I guess, Waterford and Waterford Estates, and that whole area on the east side of the city. By department, we see the same thing. We see an increase or decreases in all the departments, and specifically in corporate services, which is down like 1.1 or 1.9 million out of the 2.2. Revenues are about 1.3 less, which is predominantly driven by growth. And by the categories, if we go forward, 2 slides, when I look at that, the same thing, and trying to highlight things, and I just might be for everyone in the audience or whatever, is when you look in the bottom and you see amortization expenses, and you look in the top in the revenue group, you'll see draw from equity. You'll see that those are the exact same numbers. They cancel one another out, so they're not influencing it one way or the other. And those are estimates. And it was just as we were getting the presentation, I made my note, because they're labeled differently. People may not actually do that connection, so I just wanted to highlight that. So the same thing, the sale of goods and user charges and the top is $1.3 million better. And that's primarily the growth issue again. Those are all the building permits. Those are all of the things that are coming through. And betterments in all the other categories except for the government transfers, which you talked about, which was your COVID grant. And we go down to the bottom. The biggest area of the 2.2 million is 1.1 is the added to restricted surplus, and that's a change in franchise fees of how we process that. But individually for all the groups, like salaries, wages and benefits, is down $400,000 year over year. General contract services is down $234,000. Purchase services from other governments down $100,000. So all of those things add up to get to the. And so in the beginning, you started to say these are preliminary. Typically, Q result or quarter results. Second quarter ended at the end of June, and so you normally wouldn't present for like a month and a half afterwards. So it would be in mid-August, and being this is the last council meeting, that's why you pushed it up a little bit early, right? Which so there's a risk of some of the expenses not being reflected in Q2 right now, right? But for the most part, it's probably fairly close.
I don't think you can accrue.
Yeah, exactly. So then when we go to the next one by budget, is when we look at by budget, revenues are slightly off. We're down 300K euros a year. Right? The growth of it really comes from in community growth is where the big gain is. And the corporate services revenue is where the decline is, the 1.1 million decline. And that's again, we get the growth money but we don't have the supplemental tax yet. So there is some timing, but overall revenues are in line with the projection. On the expense side, expenses are $5.9 million better than budget at this point in time. I guess the biggest figures are 2.9 million better in corporate services, 1.3 million better in community operations, as well as the 700,000 growth expenses. The other one's people is almost 500,000. Community safety is almost 500,000. And I wanted to highlight this. You got to remember too that the budget that's shown here was when we built the budget, we reduced the budget by $3 million. So if we actually went with the original budget, this slide would actually show we're $7.3 million better, right? Rather than the 5.9. When we go to the last page of the items, we see that by the various categories, it's the same thing. Salaries, wages, and benefits versus budget is $1.5 million better than budget. General contract services is $1.1 million better. Purchases from other governments is $1.7 million better. The other ones are like 400,000 to 600,000. But all the categories on the expense side are below. And on the tax side, we've already covered that in the various groups because it's related to growth and supplemental taxes, but it's very much in line with the budget. I wanted to also commend you on how you've modified the report, showing the detail that matches the financial statements is a real improvement, because eventually for the public, when they look at the financial statements as you move forward, you can see the quarterly expenses for the multiple years in direct comparison, so you know exactly how things are flowing from an expense point of view. And I think that's a very big improvement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out again what Stephen had said, that the one that rings home really large for myself, again, is the fact that you're basically, when you look at total expenses at 26,241,000 on the budgeted 2022, and our actual 2022 is we're $6 million better. So that's quite an accomplishment by staff in our Q2 so far. So that's extremely exciting. All right, any other comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree. There's lots of, I agree. There's lots of excitement here and things like that. I am curious about, do you have any idea how you expect to see some of those changes? You mentioned a few times throughout the presentation, and I thank you for highlighting that, the idea that the idea of preliminary numbers and there'll be changes coming up. I was just wondering from your perspective, if through the mayor to Ann, if you could just comment on where you think that there might be some anticipated changes in those numbers, or is it still kind of too early to be able to answer that question?
In the most part, I expect that contracting service will be changed slightly, because there's a more invoice that we haven't received yet. On the expense side would be good and supply. Electricity and utility bills usually come really late, and I can only project on average only, so that will be a change, because especially in the summer there will be water, maybe more water, and then in the winter will be more in electricity. So it's just an estimate right now. Those are the two areas that I expect more change, and some of the good and service, and then government contracts. For example, the RCMP contract usually come really late, and the number may change quite a bit. I only use an estimate based on the previous month invoice. So that will be the two, some of the items that I can expect change. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to say that what might help everyone is when you go back and you look at actuals over actuals, when you see especially by the expense categories, once you've matched the financial statements, where you see variances there, large variances, those would be the suspect areas of where you may see some timing issues. But some areas such as salaries, wages, and benefits, payroll should be up to date. That number shouldn't be changing. Those things should be solved. Where you may see some is in contracted services, so how late people are of submitting their bills, when the bills actually come in. So there's always an opportunity for some variances, but to give you sort of a guide stick, I always look back at the actuals over actuals.
So what kind of numbers are you talking about, Ann, though? Like we're looking at a $6 million benefit, and you're saying there's a few invoices that are missing. Roughly what would those invoices amount to in your estimation?
I cannot tell exactly, but the number can change. It's not significant, like less than $1 million. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Great, thank you. All right. Any other questions for Ann, Councillor? Councillor Hanley?
I'm going to just move that we accept Ann's presentation as implemented.
Great.
Thank you.
All in favor? Carried? Thank you.
Right, Matt?
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll stay for the next item too.
All right, moving on to our water meter investigation. Again, that'll be presented by Ann. Good morning again. Page 29 to 33 in our presentation.
Mayor and Council, I would like, it's not the water meter investigation. The item is water meter fee increase. It's just wrong in the title and on the description. Yes, so, do you want to bring up, yeah. So the purpose today is I just want to inform Mayor, Council, and Utility Board that we will have to increase the price of the water meters because due to the increase in the supplier. So a little bit background on how the water meter works. So on the behalf of the builder, the city utility company purchased the water meter from AccuFlow and installed them to the new build resident and charged the cost back to the builder. So since 2018, the utility company have been charged $625 per water meter. That includes in the cost of the meter, the cost of material to connect the water meter, and some of the service fee. But recently we got a notification from AccuFlow that they will increase the price of the water meter from $488 per meter to $560 per meter. So in order to prevent the city from the loss, we have no choice but to increase the price that we charge back to the developers. So in here we attach the list of the breakdown of how we will charge the developer. So we will increase the price from $625 to $822 to recover the rise in the water meter cost, the increase in the labor cost, the vehicle cost, and all the material and some of the administration fee. We will expect to keep this price for over 3 years because in here we also including 10% for price variance in case the water meter price increase again in the next 3 years. So the detail of the breakdown is we charge for the meter supply cost. We don't make any profits on that. We charge right at $560. And that's the charge from AccuFlow. We charge $6 for the small material that used to install the water meter. We charge $125 for install of 1 meter. It will take about 1 hour to install the new water meters. And the vehicle to go to the home to install the water meter, and some of the admin fees, so for invoicing developer, for collection, for inclusive in the permit, so we charge $25 admin fee, plus 10% for price variance, so the total increase is $822. Because these are significant changes, so we like to inform Mayor, Council, as well as the utility board and then we will notify builder for the price increase. At this point, we will use all the current stock on hand until it will give us some time to notify the builder, and then when we use all the current stock, we will start on the new price. And I would like to the board to accept this information.
Thanks very much. Just a question. I think I'm reading it correctly, but the city installs the water meters for the builders?
Yeah, the EPCOR. So when we have a new request to install, so the process is like this: the builder call the utility and to book an appointment. So we book with EPCOR. EPCOR will go install into the home.
and then we charge back everything back to the builder. That's included in the permit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hanley?
I was just gonna highlight, like, for people necessarily hearing this, like this, we're talking about the builders, new construction.
The new
We're
construction,
not
yeah.
talking about residents or
No.
replacement of water meters, whatever. We're just talking about when they build a new home and they have to put in a water meter.
Yeah.
Used to cost, $625. Now it's gonna cost
$822.
$821 because of the increase in price.
Yeah.
And that's my understanding of what you're.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason we increase because of the actual flow increase in the price of the water meter. So
Yeah.
we don't make any profits on these at all.
The only reason I'm a little confused, my experience is that we actually let the builders go do the work, go do it themselves in the sense of they go pick it up. We don't drive to go pick it up. We didn't spend any time on it. They spent the time. But we don't do it that way.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Okay.
It's all done through F-Corps, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Dean, Councillor Funk.
No,
You're good? Okay. Any other comments for Councillor Fote? No? Any other comments or questions? Okay, all in favor of accepting that for information?
okay. You were gonna move that? Yep.
Carried? Well, accepting his motion for information. All in favor? That was everyone? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. All right, moving on to our number 3, which is public engagement of dog parks proposal, pages 34 to 55.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we missed the motion. Who made the motion?
Oh, first, Councillor Hanley.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I thought you made the motion. Sorry.
No, you made the motion. What was your motion? Didn't you make the motion?
For clarity, I will make the motion. I will restate the motion. I move that we accept the water meter fee increase as implemented.
Okay, all in favor? Carried? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's me, Shirley Walton. Thank you. So this presentation is through the director to the chair and all members of council. We just wanted to bring forward some information related to the dog park. Last time we brought some information forward, there was some questions around public engagement and some of the pricing around the RFPs for the vendors. So we just wanted to bring that forward for information and have you guys have the extra information that we have here ready for when we bring this back for 2023. Thank you. So in the report, just a note, I had actually put this in from north to south, but I'm following now. I changed it to follow the way it was displayed for the public engagement, just so it's easier to read. So the number 1 is Rainbow Road, those kind of things. Just to let you know, we did change it around. So this is correct now. So in the just a reminder as well, we use these maps to go forward with public engagement, and we also use them for approval for AltaLink and the RFP. So these are just basic maps that we had to make sure that we could go forward with some general ideas and direction to make sure that we could get apples to apples feedback. If you want to go to the next one. So again, this is the Aston Mirror one. These were shown in the public engagement as examples of areas that were approved by AltaLink and also in the RFP for general use. We can go to the next one too, thank you. And then here's the West Lakeview Close example as well. Thank you. So then communications put out online survey through social media, and we also put out some sandwich boards at each location with the link to be able to get to these to the survey. And rather than asking just a quick hard or yes or no, we wanted to get some more detailed feedback from people, allow them to give us comments and give us some information back on what we could do for scope and design. Again, so we went through this, these are the areas of advertising. Sorry, go ahead, thank you. So some of the questions that we had, we just had the general comments so people could be open and give us exactly what they were thinking about the proposed plans. We also wanted to note whether or not there was a small off-leash dog park and how many people would be interested in using them. We use 25 pounds as a general reference. We wanted to know how people were getting there, walking or driving, so we could ensure that we were either tying it to pathways or making sure there was sufficient parking. Time of use as well was important to us for detailing and scope for design, just trying to see if there was going to be a heavy use time or if there was a general throughout the day. In the direction that was given for design originally, there was some logs, boulders, or amenities within the areas. We just wanted to make sure that this also was the plan for residents, or to see if they would rather just have an open space to throw a ball, like what kind of use they would actually use of these areas. Thank you. So some of the communications actually did a great job. They did a quick review of everything that was brought in through those 2 weeks. We still are receiving a few emails here and there, but this was the snapshot from the 2 weeks that was brought in. Through the comments of number 1, the general comments that we were provided, there was 162 responses that were positive. 73 were not positive, and 98 were neutral. And the neutral just means that there was not an indication on whether or not they were for or against. It was just general comments or questions. It was more questions, I guess, alluding to different areas like, is there a fence, that kind of stuff. So out of the ones that were not positive, 10 were specifically referencing the Rainbow Falls. There was 27 that specifically referenced Aspenmere or Rainbow Paradise Road, the north one. And then 6 were specific to the West Creek one, which is the middle one. A lot of the feedback came back was based around parking. Again, there's specific numbers to each one, but there was a general concern with parking around each neighborhood. Those are the numbers that came back there. I've added a little bit just based on the fact that we actually got quite a few emails on top of the survey, so we're trying to include some of that as well. So you can see the difference in numbers there. There's 3 to 5, that kind of thing. There's still a few coming in. We'd like to have a little bit more time to finish concluding and making sure that we have all of the numbers consolidated. But these are the general, like I said, snapshot. Again, from the other online survey, we got some general notes. For 69% of people said they would not use the small dog park. 53% of people would walk and drive as opposed to one or the other. So it was a kind of a general overall both. And then 57 respondents would use a park anytime. So opposed to just morning, afternoon, or evening. I assume most of that would be kind of on the weekend, but we'll go through a little bit more thoroughly and find some more comments on that. Before, when we came back to this, when we brought this back for information prior, there was a topic on the park naming, and there definitely was some more mention of that in this engagement, which is excellent. So we still have that in plan. We just want to follow the policy when we finally have a park made. So it was excellent to see that there were people also requesting that still. So just to talk about the budget a little bit, the allotted budget for the capital budget was $195,000. And when we went out to RFP this year, we actually only had one return, and it came in at about 312. That was based off of a very simple design. We didn't really have any specific gates or any double entries or anything like that. Just to let you know a little general of what the difference in price was. Some of the suggestions, as we've mentioned before, but would be to change the material. What we did for this original RFP was based on 4-foot high black chain link, but there are some alternatives that we can go out to. We would recommend going out to, again, with the open opinion of having different fence types available through RFP and see what we can get for alternatives, not being so specific to one design. There might be a more cost-efficient means to that. Maybe removing locations based on cost. Like we said, there's a little bit more expensive for all three. So we could also reduce to making one or one larger one. And then based on some of the comments too, we could maybe look at some other locations as well. Rescheduling this to 2023, just the fact that it's already in the middle of July and there is not much time left this year, as well as getting vendors when they are in their more apt to be scheduling for next year and a little bit tighter on their budgets, is typically in fall and winter. So we would like to propose this for 2023 and get some better proposals with sharper pencils. Another option would be increasing the budget to allow for more dog parks as well. And I mean, obviously a combination of all would be ideal. Just another thing on budget for using this in the AltaLink, some of the price or the cost that's increased there is just the safety during the construction and also after. So for example, when we did the gravel pathway, it was about $35,000 to just move barricades around during construction. So doing construction in the AltaLink does have a safety added cost as well. So again, we recommend bringing this to 2023 capital budget, and I want to bring this information for you for when you guys did the deliberations then, and that you could understand all the information. The raw data was attached to the survey there, but we have brought the highlights for you and the consolidated information back for you. So any questions?
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor. The small dog, it's one whole park for small dogs. Was there any thought given to breaking up the one big park and putting a small dog park within that one instead of having the one whole destination on that one end of town as solely small dog?
Absolutely, for sure.
You know, when they all dogs.
Yep, for sure. So we actually had recommended a smaller part on the Aspenmere one to be the south side of that was going to be a small section of a small dog park as well. Based on the feedback, we could definitely manipulate it to be even smaller. It sounds like not that many people would necessarily use it, with just about 70% saying no. Yeah, I don't necessarily feel that an exact location deemed for that is necessary anymore based on the feedback, but that's, yeah, I agree with you. We could separate a lot of them, for sure.
So just my thinking on where I'm wondering, a lot of small dogs, I think, don't need as much exercise as bigger dogs.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering if does that have some bearing on how the respondents responded to that?
Yeah, and then some of them were also saying that their dogs are just friendly with everybody. Just in the comments, it just seemed to be like, that's great, we love to see that, but my dog's fine with being with everybody else.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was more of a behavioral answer, it sounded like, than anything. So
Yeah.
just based off, like I said, the quick snippet that we saw.
So actually, that's a great follow-on question. Was there any thought given to an area specifically for behavioral dogs, or to socialize dogs separately from others through fencing?
Yep, there was some questions around that. It was very little that I saw there. There's also the bylaw that we have that if you're going to bring your dog to the dog park, it's supposed to be a behaved dog, right? And following the bylaws anyway and being socially practical. I mean, there's puppies that you have to train eventually too, but just based on budget right now, no. But if we were to have a little bit more feedback from you guys or from the public that wanted that, and the budget reflected that, we could definitely look into that. Alternatively too, if we were talking about spacing off the areas and not people wanted small, maybe we could just turn that into a behavioral area as well. But there wasn't as much feedback on that as I thought.
Thank you very much.
For sure.
Councillor Watt?
Thank you, through the chair. Just wondering, great presentation. Just wondering in regards to the email responses that are still coming in, would you know by chance how many are negative and specifically related to the park in park number 2, Paradise Road?
Yeah, there's about 3 out of 6 that I received that are specific to that, and it's mostly based on the road itself. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I believe that 3 of them have been also sent to you guys as well, to council themselves as well. But for 3, I think there's 6 or 7 as well that I've gotten outside of that, with phone calls and emails still coming in, just general comments. Again, mostly on parking though, but 3 for sure were for Aspenmere.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, when you say, based on the road, what does that mean?
The concerns were Aspenmere Drive itself, it seems, and you know how there's that bulb out that we were going to technically use as the access for the driveway and the parking lot there. There's concerns that the bus turnaround there, people are already parking in there in the morning. There's quite a bit of traffic using that as a roundabout as it is, and also the drive-through. There's a gate there for AltaLink to drive through, so people were concerned with that road being busier, and then also that kind of bump out not being used as parking, overflow parking, rather than having the existing turnaround that it is.
Councillor Fote?
Has there been any consideration on the Paradise Road location, moving it farther down? Walked that ground quite a lot. My thought is, we're trying to take it up to the north there. Why don't we make it a bigger park and bring it down, just move the whole location down? There's all kinds of room to access onto the AltaLink property there. We don't need that road, Aspenmere, for people to drive across. If they want to drive across, they could drive across and come down Paradise Road and park a little bit. But that is a thought that I've had. And I thought we were only going to build the fence on 4 sides of it, and keep the hedge in the development area so the dogs are not running up against the fence in the back of the people's yards. Is that still what we're thinking about doing or not?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the proposed design for the engagement, the fence was on the east side of the I guess it's a Caragana hedge and the pathway. So that would still be open to the public, and the fenced off area would just be turf essentially. And none of the shrubs would not be included in that. We would like to keep that as the buffer between the residents, and then also making sure that everybody has access to that pathway. We wouldn't want to cut off any connectivity for any path or dog park. We'd like to use that as area.
Right.
As for your first question, the original reason why we put that north was because there was not really any parking that we could find under Paradise Road. The last time we brought this for information, there was discussion about getting parking, consulting through our traffic advisory and parking. So I have not had a chance to do that yet. We were just kind of focusing on the feedback first. We wanted to make sure before we spent any money or any advisory that way that we were still dealing with the same scope that we wanted to. So I think that if we were to move that down, that's definitely an option we could look at. I still want to make sure that we have enough parking and that it's safe to do so with parking there. The concern, I think, originally with that site as well was the south, to actually put a parking lot in the AltaLink. The bulb out was kind of the only safest area. I don't really think we're going to have an opportunity anywhere that we have otherwise to actually get an egress or an entryway into the park. Like, you can't really stop traffic to turn on those roadways. Other than that kind of bulb out area. So I definitely can move itself, but we'd have to look into the parking around that. Yeah. It sounds like people would still drive there based on this feedback, and the people don't really want parking in front of their homes either to increase. So even though there's some public areas that we've noted, I feel like the general feedback was to create more parking specifically for this and not hinder the existing streets.
Mr. Mayor? Follow-up question.
Councillor Fote?
I guess the reason I thought we could pull it down, that makes it a little more accessible for the people that are down in the Stone Way, and if they want to walk there to access it. It's down closer, just off West Chestermere Drive.
For sure.
Yeah, Windermere Drive, I should say.
Yeah.
It's just off Windermere Drive there. I think that could actually be, if we take a little bit of a look, it could actually be a plus for us, for people for parking, but also for people, if they ever get transit in town, people may want to park there. And there's a transit station right there. That's just a thought I had. And I guess Councillor Funk made a comment about fencing a good behavior site or a training site or whatever for small dogs out there. my experience with the dog parks that I've been at, and, there, the only stipulation is the little dogs play with the big dogs. And it's usually the little dogs that are the problem, not the big dogs. But anyway, my suggestion was to the staff was, we need to split this thing north and south, with a fence. Then you could actually just put a big gate down at the bottom that you could access both halves of this thing to get your equipment in to mow or whatever you gotta do with it. But it makes a cleaner thing so that you get more people. You just have a big dog park. It doesn't create community the same way. And that's what I talked to the people when I was in Ontario about their dog park there, why it works so well. And they let all kinds of dogs come in there. And if they don't play well together, they are banned. And I didn't see any plans in your drawings, the catch pens out front to people when they come in to a dog park. They come into this catch pen, they release their dog, and they let it into the dog park. That way you can kind of figure out what's going to go on with that dog.
For sure. So if you don't mind actually going forward, yeah, there you go. So we had a couple that I've actually built this one in Airdrie when I worked there.
Yeah.
So I totally know what you're talking about. We've done that before. It definitely is a helpful aid. I would like to provide that as well with these. Already we didn't have gates in general included in the cost of the RFP, and we were over budget. So again, just that I think is a great service to provide. We would need to reflect that in the budget.
Right.
If you want to go forward just one more, there's also another option of just a straight through smaller version.
Yeah.
This one's in Concord. So you can do that with multiple different ways. I myself feel it's a little easier when you have the doors on not just a straight through. It's a little easier when it's a more of an L shape, but this works just fine. This is the small dog park in Concord. But I agree with you. I think that most people appreciate that. But so far the budget doesn't really reflect that option just yet. We can look it up, like I was saying, we'll look at opportunities after this to maybe condense into 1 to 2 linear like you're discussing, and then having to get on that one side. Likely that would be just one park then that we could afford at this budget.
Councillor
I also would suggest that we take a very serious look at making sure that we put this out for RFP again.
Yes.
Because trying to base it on one person's bid, you can set your bid at anything you want. But I understand there's been another company that's came forward that would like to bid on this now too. So
Yeah, we would like to go forward. We had it out for a whole month on APC, and we only received one. We actually received 2. I believe one was late. But again, this was the feedback that we got on that. And that's why we also would appreciate going out again as well to get some sharpened pencils. If we do it in a more timely manner, this year we went out in April just based on the budget, but we feel we can go out again in fall or even December would be another good time. I mean, if everyone's okay, I think fall would be sufficient.
I guess I'm not fine with that.
Okay.
It was brought forward in April, and here we are still trying to figure out how we're going to do it. I would like to see us push this.
Okay.
Personally, and we build it this year. We need to look beyond in the RFP. 4 feet is not high enough. Just so you know. I checked with some dog training organizations, and they say that you can't use 4 feet. Bigger dogs will try to challenge it. And if they try to challenge it, then you could end up with a vet bill. So make it 5 feet and be done with it.
I think the original thought on the 4 feet was cost savings, but it was also, again, to our bylaws that the dog should be on behavior, like the dog should be able to do it off leash when you're going into this area.
I agree.
It is kind of a user risk, but absolutely, if that's what's felt that's needed to raise that, we could definitely look into that, especially if you are reviewing more of one location to get the cost in, for sure.
I would encourage you to take a look at the Olds Dog Park. It's
Olds?
actually 17 acres.
Yeah, I've been there, it's nice.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would be
Maybe.
very nice. And sorry, I just want to confirm, you were mentioning 5 feet was sufficient? Okay.
Yeah. You want to make sure you have the top rail. You made the comment about making sure you have the top
The top rail, yeah.
metal rail, or whatever.
That's if it's, chain link, yeah, for sure.
And they have some that are not built with chain link. They have some that are built out of, it's called wildlife fencing, or page wire, so to speak.
Yep, for sure.
And they use wooden posts, and this page wire, you can build it quick. And it's really cheap to build.
Yeah, actually, I have that in my yard. It works. And I have small dogs that keeps them in. Yeah, for sure. And that's actually what's shown here as well in Cochrane.
Mhm.
They have it all down the 22, and dogs don't escape onto that, and that's a major highway, right?
Yeah.
So I would feel confident with that. They've used I guess you call it I don't know, a split rail or whatever you call it as well for the decorative, but you would just need the main base post for that. We did get some pricing in off that. It would be cheaper than the chain link, and to be honest, if we're still doing the Ultralink, it would be safer as well with the wood. You'd still have to ground that wire, but it would be, I mean, obviously less metal is safer. But that's where we wanted to go out for and leave it open rather than give it so much details. Now, if we were to do an RFP, we'd just say 5 feet tall and leave people some opportunity to give us what their recommendations are on fencing, and we could see there rather than just saying 4 foot black.
Question?
Yes, for sure.
Do you, have you looked at organizations like the UFA Co-op or Farm Supply Store for getting materials? And would the staff build it, or do you want to have someone else build it?
Typically with our policies, we do have to go forward with that. Otherwise, we assume our own liability. I also know when we were talking about other projects going in, park staff themselves didn't really have much this year. I think they had time for the fire pits, and that seemed to be it. Operationally, I can definitely revise that again and bring that forward with the managers and see what they say. I don't know if they have, we'd have to get equipment. I don't feel like we would have a post pounder. Maybe they could use a loader or something, but I don't think they have a specific post pounder for wood either, so we'd have to look at equipment.
You can actually get that for $100 a day.
Yeah, for sure. I'll look into that with the managers for sure.
Yeah, I did some preliminary hunting on the weekend because I saw this was coming up again. And you had mentioned in it about using different materials. You can buy 100 feet of that fancy page wire for $360. And your fence posts will cost you $11.29 a fence post. But if you buy it in bundles, which you'll have to, the price could be dropped to $10.
Yeah, for sure. We had some preliminary for just discussions. Like I was saying, the gentleman that built mine, it's about $11 or a lineal foot, I guess, or meter. I have to double check what it was.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. And that's even installed too.
Yep.
So we could definitely do that. The thing with our policies as well is there's a prime contractor, and we would include things like the gates and the garbage cans and the benches and stuff like that. Those things I feel are needed. Whether or not we do amenities for the dogs or logs or any of that, I do feel that we still would need obviously a garbage can and a bench for sure for people. So those things would have to be included in the entire RFP. But again, like I said, I'll bring it back to the managers here and see what we can do internally if that works.
Yeah, I'd be willing to help us share any information you want.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, no, and I may be mistaken on my recollection, but, from the feedback, we're lacking these amenities and the public, basically, there's a large level of support for them, but the unfortunate issue is not in my backyard.
Absolutely.
Right? And if I recall correctly, when it was last week, maybe during our action list or whatever, when we had a discussion on this, and we thought a lot of the issues that are coming back in the public feedback are, educational or assumptions and things like that. And we felt as a group that it may be in our best interest to do this as a community project and have an interactive session with all of the various players, where we could do some research first. I believe we have measures of the parking that are at the existing dog park. So how much parking really would these places attract? right? There was questions about whether my home value would increase or decrease. We could go back to the assessors. We can get some assessment of that. As far as noise and stuff like that, there's community dog groups or whatever that could also speak or be involved in that interaction, right? And then the debate about the locations, right? So to me, I think that's an issue that we should probably pursue with, you know, the public engagement and feedback, and having something like what we did with East Acreages. You know, have the interested parties all attend and have that discussion. And it shouldn't necessarily be driven necessarily by us, but driven by the community, right? We can provide information, we can provide feedback, but everybody's voice matters, right? Am I mistaken in that recollection of that's what we sort of said we were going to try and do? So I think this is an opportunity where we should basically set that motion in play to say, this is our next step forwards on this, I think.
Councillor Foat?
I'm all in agreement with Councillor Hanley and his community involvement. That's the way communities are built. You go back to the public and you see, get their comments, and then you ask them would they be willing to help do this, and you engage them in it. It becomes theirs, their project. And you might find that in your community engagement, you might have some contractors in there that might be interested in building it. And so that's a pursuit we need to take a look at.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Three thoughts. One, I certainly would support the idea of going back up to RFP and see what we can do there. I certainly support the idea of community engagement and community meetings. I am all about the idea of grassroots and having things come from community and then supporting community. Outside of the box idea, I don't even know if this is possible, but one of the things that I love about us is we are always looking for creative solutions, is the idea of could we work with our growth and development team, and as we are working with developers on new communities, a developer-sponsored dog park somewhere in their 10% land or whatever the case may be, like working with a developer to do that could be a very attractive thing for that community. The idea of not in my backyard, I think sometimes it's all about messaging and packaging and advertising and all that kind of stuff. So, and developers can be very, very good at that. So I'm wondering if that could be something that we could encourage. Just that idea of as we are negotiating with developers, maybe one of our developers would like to take this on as a project for inside their area that might be attractive for people moving into that community.
I agree.
Absolutely. So just so you, Centron does have one proposed in their outline plan.
Great.
And that's going forward. There were a few, I know Qualico was looking at some spaces. We went back and forth with them a little bit just based on fencing. I know like in their original, the kidney pond that's there was a little bit of talk back and forth. Liability wise, I know Recreation and Parks looked at them and asked for fencing for that because of the two major roadways there. So that kind of backed off. We talked about maybe putting it in another park. Again, they feel the same way from what I've discussed with them anyway. I shouldn't speak for them, but from what I've heard back is it's nice to have it there so people can move in as a marketing tactic that want to live by the dog park. So it's great to do that. There's also a little bit hard when there's tight space. So when our concerns were around the storm ponds, just making sure that, you know, some people don't want their dogs in the water. Some people do. We already have a dog beach. That was kind of another one as well. So far Centron is in our outline plan has committed to one. And other folks were looking at maybe adopting the other park areas into one, but nothing was set in stone just yet. I believe that if they were, it would likely be the ones that are in their own communities. I don't know how much they would be putting towards Altalink, but I can definitely reach out to the community as well.
Awesome.
The development community.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just going to ask, in regards to the Centron one of the challenges that we get from the developers is a large enough park.
Mm-hmm.
The parks we're looking at here are 3-4 acres. So we're having tough enough time getting a soccer field, which is 2 acres.
Yeah.
And so how many residents, and this is a good question to possibly ask, is how many residents want a 1 acre dog park?
Yeah, we could definitely go back to that.
I wouldn't think many.
Yeah, I mean, I think the people that want one, we're hoping that any is good to take what you can get. But, because I know the Rainbow Road, the smaller one down there was about, I think, 1.5, and then we increased from there.
Yeah.
But yes, it's, trying to find land that we can dedicate to that has been difficult. That's more than 1.5 to
Like the
3.
traditional, unusable land, like at a overpass or whatnot, Chestermere just doesn't have that stuff.
Yeah, or industrial that you can use at night for parking. Like that's a great trade-off is industrial areas that people don't typically, like they're done work or they leave and then we can use those streets for parking. Even in some commercial areas, same thing. Like if we can find some more day use stuff. So I would hope to continue looking as you know, as we develop even in those areas
Yeah.
for those opportunities as well.
Okay.
It seems to be parking. That seems to be the concern.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, guys? All right, thank you very much.
I just have one quick question.
Point,
I wanted
yes.
to understand, so you're talking about mostly like an open house was what you're kind of thinking of for everybody to get together and kind of meet in person rather than a survey engagement?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Now, did we not pass a motion on this last time?
That's what I recall. I
Yeah.
don't know, it's just,
If
did
that's-
we pass the motion when we did the action list? Or did we just identify it as next steps?
I think what we did was we said we were gonna do that. And then we went, well, we're gonna be talking about this next week. Let's not do the conversation twice, because sometimes we do that.
Okay.
And I think that we said we were gonna do that as an official motion today. I
agree.
That's what my memory says, but
Okay.
it could be suspect. But I believe that that's what we said, so that we didn't have the conversation twice.
That would be great.
Okay, well, let's
I would
do
recommend you make the motion.
a motion then.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that direct administration to book an open house before the end of September. Okay, before the end of September for a open house for dog parks in Chestermere.
Any comments or questions?
We can't do it sooner.
Do we want to, also ensure that beforehand we include some data collecting beforehand, like the parking measures, the information regarding, with your assessment going to go up or going to go down, right? From your home values, the size of dog parks. We may want to also include, like, pull off an example of, hey, in the Centron development plan, there's a dog park there. Show them how big that is in comparison to the others, and and have that discussion about as new developments occur, how big they should be.
Councillor Dean?
I'm just wondering in regards to this, if the idea of as general as possible and specific as needed is required here.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that I think we have provided enough ideas on what we need, so I don't think we need to amend the emotion for that, because I think it is as general as needed right now and specific as possible. And I would suggest that I think we've provided a lot, and I think staff are going to come back with things based on the feedback as well as they put this public hearing together. So I don't think we need to amend the emotion.
Okay, I agree.
Any other amendments, Councillor Dean? Councillor Fogle?
Yeah, the only comment is, I think if you're going to leave until September, you're not going to get one built this year. And that is what I think can be done.
Councillor Dean?
I think the only thing was that we've heard that already in terms of budget, in terms of that turnaround time that's going to be for an RFP. So I think while unfortunate, I just think that's kind of the reality we're looking at, just in terms of the only RFP that has come back so far, it sounds like, is over budget. And there would be a timeline anyway of probably 30 days at least to put out an RFP. And also I believe you mentioned that for interested parties, this is not necessarily the time that they're looking for new RFPs, where we might get more interest in the fall, is I believe what we've heard from staff. So while unfortunate, I just think that that's kind of the reality we're staring at the moment.
I could do it simultaneously if you'd like in September, we could put it out as well while we're waiting. I don't think it would be difficult to even put out an RFI if we wanted to get some information rather than necessarily a proposal, just to get some more, see what we get. I know I could work with procurement and put something together for you guys as well to see if you want to post.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember exactly we have, probably not the right time to actually, because we're in the middle of this discussion. So we should actually call the motion to vote. So with that, if I could, all in favor of Councillor Dean's motion? Carried? Thank you. What I was going to state was that one of the benefits of what we've been looking at is because the land under the power lines is obviously not developable. And possibly as what's being discussed about developers is their municipal reserve requirements are just usually not enough. But in Waterford and in Dawson, not Dawson, but they have the developments that back onto the power lines. If they could incorporate that into their development so that it does allow for the proper spacing and whatnot, you are getting a lot of, it's not free land, but you're getting a lot of access to land that's available. We have to work with, proper procedures, but that could be something to consider.
Absolutely. I think that's a great idea.
Councillor Dean?
I'm gonna suggest an idea of a motion I want to make without making the motion first, so that I don't make the motion that we vote on it, because I don't want this to get voted down necessarily. So, I would like to recommend that we make a motion that we empower Councillor Folk to work on this with administration. So similar to me being empowered to work on this with the Minor Sports Committee. I know that Councillor Folk is super passionate about this dog parks area, and so not necessarily even from a not necessarily from a committee standpoint, striking up a committee and doing all that, but I know that Councillor Fold is super passionate about getting this dog park project done, and I just think it would be good for council to empower him from a council resolution to directly work with staff in regards to this project. So, haven't made that motion, but I would make that motion.
I think that would be a good motion to make
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Councillor Funk?
Sorry, my mic's not working, so I'll try and speak loudly. I thought we had already actually made that motion that Councillor Foat was actually part of this when we did, like a couple months ago.
In April.
In April, yeah.
Right.
I don't remember what exactly, but
It's captured, so I just do it again.
Yeah.
If we duplicate, it's not gonna hurt us, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then it can get added to the action list, right? 'Cause-
I'm adding it to the actions.
Okay. Can I make that motion?
Councilor Bowe, I can't, I can't.
Councillor Dean?
Do you want to make that motion? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that Councillor Folk be empowered to work directly with staff on the dog park project, including the setting up of the public hearing and working with staff on the dog park.
Any comments or questions?
Can I make it friendly?
Councillor Foat?
There's a lady in our community that has done excessive all over basically southern Alberta. And who would you expect it to be? Yeah, Marilyn King. She has visited over 30 dog parks. I would like to be allowed to engage her with us to give us some ideas. Because she has researched this stuff.
I think you can. I don't know if we need to add that to the motion or not.
I don't think so.
Chair.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. And
Councillor Hanley?
I'd also, I think the idea of doing it simultaneously, getting the RFPs and stuff like that, to have the meeting before the end of September. So if there's an opportunity in October to at least put one dog park in place, may be very worthwhile, or maybe the wise thing to do. Because then we'll have the feedback, we'll know what are the places, and at least we're in a position where we can deliver something. So I think it would probably be a good idea, or I can just make the motion. I move that we direct administration to simultaneously with scheduling the open house for dog parks and inquire on costing necessarily for services to enable us to build a dog park after the end of September, should the circumstances warrant.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. With that, we'll be moving on to the public hearing. So I'd like to take a 15-minute recess just before we do that. So it's 10:30 right now, so we'll come back at 10:45. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and patience. We're just moving on to our public hearings portion of today's agenda. We're going to be talking our first public hearing, which is Dawson's Landing Phase 4. I'd like to call for a motion to open the public hearing and the bylaw I-1 concurrently at 10:48 a.m. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we open the hearing for Dawson Landing Phase 4, items H1 on the agenda, and items I1 on the agenda concurrently.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Great, thank you very much. With that, I'd like to provide an outline for the public hearing process today. First of all, we're going to hear a staff report from administration. Then we'll have a presentation from the applicant, and then presentations from the public in support of the proposal. And then presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal, and then a rebuttal presentation from the applicant to the comments received or heard in opposition, and then final questions to administration. So with that, I'd like to call for the staff report from administration as our first item. Morning, Jordan.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to, I'll be making the presentation on behalf of staff. There are representatives from the applicant team available online to answer any questions, but they did not prepare a presentation given the minor nature of the proposed change, but they are available to answer any questions. So this is an application for some minor land use change in Dawson's Landing neighborhood in the developing portion of it. The applicant was Stantec on behalf of the landowner Qualico, and they are looking to rezone one undeveloped block in their Phase 4 of the new Dawson's Landing area and adjust it to residential multi-unit from the R1P planned lot district. And the intention is to go to townhouses instead of single detached housing. So this is the block shown here. The site is south of Merganser Drive West, quite a bit south of Merganser Drive West, and west of Rainbow Road, and is outlined in red. As a little closer zoom in, where you can see the block that is identified to go to R3. There are a number of policy plans that have been previously approved for this. The Municipal Development Plan, the Waterbridge Master Area Structure Plan, the Gateway Area Structure Plan, and then getting into more detail, the Dawson's Landing Outline Plan, and then the Land Use Bylaw. So it's the bottom document, the Land Use Bylaw, that we are requesting an amendment of today. The change is minor enough that it does not trigger changes to any of the other policy plans noted. The benefits of this is for the applicant, it provides a little more development flexibility, a small increase in the additional number of units available in that one block, and negligible impacts, particularly since none of the surrounding lands have been developed yet, so there are no existing homes in that area. Disadvantages, none identified at this point. And then just looking at the bylaw review process, so this bylaw did receive first reading on July 5th. The public hearing was advertised and was indicated for this morning, July 19th. We did receive 4 submissions expressing some concern about the increase in density. And then administration are also looking for approval of second and third reading of this bylaw today. So staff recommend that council complete the public hearing advertised for July 19th, 2022, and that following the public hearing, council approves second and third reading to bylaw 19-22, being a bylaw to amend the land use district of lots within the developing Dawson's Landing neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any clarification questions you might have.
Thank you, Jordan. Councillor, are there any questions for Jordan? Councillor Watt?
Through the chair, thank you. Jordan, do you mind just going back to the slide that had the more closer view? I just wanted to confirm the R3. My concern is the potential R3 and the proximity of the future school site. That's high density being proposed there. Do you know how many townhouse units would potentially go on that R3 versus R1?
It's probably looking at an increase of 5 or 6 units along that block. It might be actually even less than that. I don't have the exact number here, but there is that block separation from the school site as well, and so we don't anticipate there being any increases or notable increases to traffic in the area as a result of this subdivision. And so we did circulate it and didn't receive any concerns from a traffic perspective with this type of change.
Thank you.
Councillor Narayan?
Thank you through the chair to Jordan. Do you know, with respect to the timeline as to when this development would be taking place in relation to the expansion of Chestermere Boulevard and also schools? I guess my concern being, you know, this will create more traffic, and not to mention, you know, schools is definitely an issue right now.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Narayan. The size of the increase, we believe, is relatively minor, so it wouldn't really affect in terms of student population planning, that type of thing. Really what's driving the need is the larger actually applications for subdivisions that are being made that actually, you know, align fully with the approved plans, that type of thing. And so that we don't believe this would be a significant change to that important issue of getting schools advanced. And so in separate actions, yeah, administration is working with the development industry to make sure schools in Dawson Landing, Chelsea, and Waterford, just north of Chestermere Boulevard, Bridgeport, that they're advanced at least to that point where they're eligible for the provincial funding. Unfortunately, that's when all municipalities and developers have to wait to see if the funding comes through to build the school itself. As for the tie-in, I don't have any specific information related to the widening of Chestermere Boulevard and timing of that, but all of these subdivisions that are coming in, which is, you know, separate of this particular application, are very much putting a spotlight on the need to make sure that both Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road get widened or intersections added, signalization as appropriate, but that's being driven much more in part just by the sheer volume of subdivisions that are coming forward that are fully aligned with the plans.
Just have a follow-up.
Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you. And just, you know, staying on the topic of the road, because I do understand that CMRB had ranked the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard or 1A as priority number 1. Do we know as to where that's at?
Through the chair to Councillor Narayan, that is correct. It was ranked as the highest priority. There wasn't any funding, it's my understanding, that came through last year related to that project. I haven't heard of any information that, you know, the regional boards moved that off from being the number 1 priority, but don't have any other updates from the province in terms of advancing funding for that piece.
Thank you for the Jordan.
Any other comments or questions for Jordan? Councillor Dean?
Thank you, through the chair to Jordan. Can you just remind me, please, and I could be mixing this up. This is the same one we did a minor amendment on with the school that has a traffic circle that's going in by the elementary school site, right? Is that where?
No, this is a different school.
Different school.
So this, yeah, that was Waterford. We were talking
That was
about.
Waterford. Thank you. Okay, good.
That was
Sorry,
Waterford,
it would just look similar, and so I
It
had.
does look similar, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Jordan. Just as a policy process, when it comes to the land use, difference between R1 and R3, when it comes to road size and parking, differences, are there any changes to or difference between the number of off-street parking spots between R1 and R3, and changes to the road width, to allow for additional parking due to the density?
Through the chair to Councillor Funk, so the road width necessarily probably wouldn't, it's not being triggered a change in here. I think there still is the anticipation that there would be able to be parking on both sides of the street in this area. The number of driveways would increase slightly, so might lose an on-street parking stall or something like that, depending on the actual width of the units. But in terms of the subdivisions that come in, that's sort of a bit further down the road in terms of where driveways are or aren't located and looked at. But overall, we don't see this as creating a significant parking issue on this. There is already parking able to be accommodated on both sides of the street when not in front of a driveway.
So just,
Councillor Funk?
just as a clarification follow-up. So a lot of the comments and stuff that I kind of quickly read through some of the submissions that were made by residents is concerns to the volume of traffic in the areas and availability of parking and whatnot. So my concern is in other areas and stuff, we see with townhouses or R3, when you get parking on both sides, there's a narrowing of available room, and we've had concerns on a couple roads about the traffic flow and the safety on those roads. I guess my concern is is there any changes that can be done or addressing those concerns?
Through the chair to Councillor Funk, it's a good question. There's actually usually competing priorities and differing, let's call it, interpretation of the results of this type of thing. So yes, through the couple of letters that were received, there was concern about, what does the traffic look like on this? Well, potentially what you're going to see is, maybe more on-street parking, a tiny amount more on-street parking. And then sometimes if people haven't parked well and they're a little further from the curb than they should be, as you have two-way traffic coming through, one car may pause to let another car through. But overall, what you see is actually the speed of the cars on the road starts to slow down because cars are more aware of the cars that they're driving by. And so that can actually increase safety because people are driving slower. And so they have more time to react to any situation if someone was to come out onto the street or that type of thing. And then on the other hand, there's definitely a perception of time delay for that trip, but that's pretty minor, I think. Like we're talking like a second or two or something like that, with depending if someone feels they can't pass, because typically there is enough room for two cars to pass. A lot of times people just don't quite feel comfortable. They don't think there's enough width, but so they pause and let one car go through and then the other car goes through. But I think one of the benefits of that is it actually increases safety because people are driving slower on the road. And if there were no cars, they might come flying around the corner and just zip down to the intersection with Dawson Dock Avenue.
Just to point out in regards to that, there's the same width, there's the same amount of cars that are allowed to park on the width of the road. So there's no additional change to that aspect of what's already approved.
Yeah, the width of the road isn't changing, and there is already parking on both sides and
exactly.
to be allowed. Yeah, subject to seeing the room between the driveways.
Awesome. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Funk?
So just as Jordan alluded to, the additional driveways usually end up taking up additional space and parking spots, which is my concern, so it reduces the number of allowable spots on the road.
Yeah.
That you can park on.
But it doesn't squeeze the road though.
No.
Yeah.
But there are roads within our city that are narrow and don't allow for proper access. Or there has been concerns.
Okay, but today's approval is about, road width doesn't change.
Which was.
This road is already
question was
approved.
actually in regards to the bylaw.
Sorry, so this road is already approved.
Yes.
Width is already approved. We're not going to get any wider, any narrower. Does not change.
Yeah.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for Jordan? Okay. All right. Right. The next order of business is to call from the applicant to present their application. Any points on that today?
So just so they didn't have a formal presentation prepared, but they're happy to answer any clarification questions. I think it was just because it was a minor nature of the application, we didn't ask them to prepare a formal presentation, but they're happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, council, are there any questions you'd like to have to the applicant themselves? Seeing none, hearing none. Okay. Now, this next portion of our public hearing will move on to presentations that would begin with in support of the application. Any individuals or groups that are wish to present in support. And again, we'll ask 3 times now if there's any additional groups that wish to present in support. A second time if there's any groups wishing to present in support. And a third and final time if there's any groups wishing to present in support. All right, the next steps will be for us to move into, are there any individuals or groups which wish to present in opposition? And I'll ask, is there any additional documentation besides the letters that you sent us currently?
Or no more.
So I'll just take a moment and just read some of the letters in opposition. From Brian Croker. I am opposed to the affordable housing projects. We don't want this and we don't require this. We need schools and we need infrastructure upgraded for the already heavy development going on. The second letter in opposition from Denver Fleming. Converting from R1 to R3. There is already far too many homes for density in the area. Traffic is a gong show already and there is nearly nothing built. Increasing density and creating tax base from higher density is against what the voted in council and mayor campaigned on. Third letter in opposition is no schools to support that increase in population. Need more commercial and or amenities in Chestermere to support the current population. A second last opposition letter is 020-22 land use bylaw. Last thing we need is more high density housing. We need more useful businesses, not liquor stores, banks, nail salons, to help sustain our current growing population. Developers need to create more affordable business areas. Can't have small businesses succeed locally when they can rent more affordable locations to the west of us. This is just a developer's quick way of making bucks.
To the mayor, that's actually, that one's for the next bylaw, 'cause I think it was 020.
Oh, sorry.
One letter for the next bylaw, but,
And this one is for that. Okay, sorry.
and then the last one.
The last lettered opposition is opposed to the undeveloped area of Dawson Landing being amended to residential multi-unit. The infrastructure is already not able to support the ridiculous amount of housing already being built. Rainbow Road has not been twinned and has seen a huge increase in traffic in the last year and new residents moving in daily. And that is the last letter of opposition. Just to ask again, final 3 times, if there's any additional comments in opposition. A second time, if there's any additional comments in opposition. And a final time, if there's any additional comments in opposition. Seeing none, hearing none. Council, are there any questions or comments in relation to the letters of opposition? Seeing none, hearing none. I just wanted to take this time to allow the applicant to rebut any of the points that were raised in opposition. We can go through them again if I read that too quickly.
For sure. I don't know if David, if you're online there, if you wanted to respond to any of the comments received.
Thanks, Jordan, and good morning, Council. My name is David Symes from Stantec Consulting, representing the applicant, and we also have Joanne Vole from Qualico Communities. At this stage, I'd like to thank administration for their presentation and work on this file. As administration and Jordan had mentioned, we view this as a relatively minor change to the land use for a particular phase of this project, and the corresponding impacts to traffic and parking would be negligible, and any kind of impacts associated with the wider development would be addressed through the corresponding subdivision application. Happy to field any further questions at this stage, though. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have one question. I think one of the things that's causing a little bit of confusion around this is that some people are maybe mixing this with possibly R4, which allows for a much higher density level. And here we're talking about single family lots as or townhome lots. So not that kind of density where you're going up.
That is correct, and I
Okay.
also need to apologize to citizens in terms of we did advertise an incorrect link. So for a portion of the public hearing advertising, it was outside of the minimum time required. It was referencing people to that Rainbow Road land use that we did have the public hearing and did get a lot of feedback
Okay.
back for. So I think there
Okay.
was a little bit of confusion on that. But specifically to your point, yes, the R4 is where you're getting into bigger apartments, that type of thing, which is not what's being asked for with this application with the R3 district.
Because these are, again, single detached homes or townhomes. Do you have an idea which they're doing across the street and in that area?
So across the street is R3, and then to the north is the R1P. That would be the rear lane lots. And so actually up in that upper end, you wouldn't have front driveways. And so that would actually be an opportunity to have more on-street parking within that larger block.
So the new area that's being discussed today will not have front driveways.
No, the new area that will have front driveways.
Okay.
It'll be the area to the north there where you can see
Oh, I
a
see.
small lane behind.
Okay.
And so on Dawson Way, there wouldn't be any driveways. And then those lots to the south that are labeled R1PP, which should be R1PRL, would not have front driveways as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Council, are there any other questions to Jordan or the applicant? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess it was initially it was R1 versus R3. So we're talking, like you said, 5 or 6 units, which is, so anywhere between 15 to 20 people. If you go 3 people per residence, is what we're talking about from a population point of view of the incremental piece. I agree with Councillor Funk's comment about as the houses get closer and the driveways are there, there's less on-street parking. But what was the driving factor versus to change this from the R1 to the R3 really? Because it's very minor as far as incremental and the number of homes. So I'm just kind of wondering what would be the impact if we just said, no, like stay back with the R1?
Through the chair to Councillor Hanley, I might get David to weigh in on just sort of that market preferences, but I think from the staff side, when it is seeming to be, we believe, fairly negligible in it's just responding to market interest for the area. And then also, I think this is a good time to be doing it because nobody's living anywhere remotely close to this. And so anybody that's looking to buy in this area is going to have a clear heads up of what's coming on. It's not like, people to the east have already bought lots and then now they're coming and making this change. This is a completely different or completely undeveloped area. So people should be eyes wide open coming into it. But I'll just see if David, if you wanted to add anything in terms of why the switch.
Thanks, Jordan, and thank you for the question. There's, I suppose, 2 key drivers to the minor change. The first, when we look at bringing on a new phase within the project, we do look at the diversity and mix of product. In some of the earlier phases, we have had a higher proportion of single detached homes, and where the market is going and what we are looking to provide with this particular phase is a better range and diversity of townhouse product. The second driver is providing a complementary interface to the R3 block on the western side of the road, and that provides what we believe a better design outcome for that particular roadway. So they would be the 2 key drivers for this one in particular.
And actually, just to build on that a bit, I didn't mention in my presentation, but Dawson's Landing as a whole outline plan, which you see on the map right now, is actually tracking based on the first 3 phases to come in under the 8 units per acre minimum. That's a requirement of the regional plan, of our municipal development plan, and within the Dawson's Landing outline plan. And so we have been actually encouraging the applicant to try and find some opportunities to kind of catch up a little bit in a gentle way. You're not not throwing in a giant apartment building or something like that, but just some opportunities to kind of get us closer to that 8 UPA. And so I hopefully for council's satisfaction, that means that just because we're adding 15 to 20 people here, it's actually catching up on some missing people from, earlier phases. So for example, on this map, you can see it's actually, they went right to local commercial, so apologies, this is an outdated map, but on the middle, on the right there, you can see a DC R-4C. And so that was intended earlier for a mixed-use site to have residential and commercial on it. I believe it was last summer that was changed to only have commercial. And so that represents a decrease in the number of people to be expected in the area. And in terms of the overall area, working hard to try and just meet that minimum 8 units per acre. That's very common in a lot of municipalities that, you do the plan and say, okay, based on here's our assumptions for it. And then as you start to build out, some lots are a little bit wider, or we do ask for a bit more road in certain area, that type of thing. And so you start to see that hitting the minimum gets shaped away at. And so in this instance, the overall outline plan is actually tracking to have fewer people than what we would like ideally, even if this change was approved.
Jordan, I just noticed, I think one thing to point out is that, which is nice that the planner has done it this way, is this change, which could increase the number of units on the roads to park, is not done on a main street. So it's not something that everybody's going to be driving through. You're going to stay on Dawson Wharf Mount, and you're going to go on Dawson Dock Avenue. And so you're not really going to go, it's not expected that you'd be traveling through that area if you didn't live there.
That's correct. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that sure is a nicer way to plan than forcing everybody down a really tight road.
Yeah. So these would be people just arriving or leaving from their homes typically on this portion of the street, as opposed to people driving through.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I guess, thank you for the explanation. I was concerned of like the R1 versus the R3. If it's a matter of it just because they'll sell faster or whatever, and it's 6 months, and if we left it as R1, because I think the underlying concern in the community is we start off with a plan and then we keep sort of increasing the density. So it may be worthwhile on future public hearings, because I believe the next hearing is actually the opposite. It's going from an R3 to an R1. Mm-hmm. So maybe these 15 to 20 people here are get compensated for there. But it probably would be a good idea in future presentations to give us a sort of a running tab of that for the general or the larger area. Because I believe most people in this community are concerned with increasing density, right? Coming in with a plan, and then the developers come back afterwards and try to add more houses for exactly the reasons that they've outlined there in the complaint.
Yeah,
so, thank you.
Chair to Councillor Hanley. Thank you for that point. It is, I think a good clarification to add going forward.
Okay, so just as a clarification point, just to ask any final questions to administration. Council has any questions for administration? Okay, with that, now since we opened the bylaw concurrently, do we close the public hearing first and then the bylaw second? You close the other concurrently?
As you open them up concurrently,
Yeah.
right? You can close them concurrently. However, you can go back and do the public hearing first, like to vote on it, and then can vote on the bylaw.
Do the motion after. Okay, great, thank you. All right, if I can get a motion to close the public hearing, the public hearing for Dawson's Landing Phase 4, as well as the bylaw second and third reading under I-1 for Dawson's Landing Phase 4 from member of council. Councillor Hanley?
Just question, don't we just close the public hearing portion first?
Yep.
And then do the bylaws and then close the I-1 section afterwards?
Yeah.
This is a point of order.
So just said, but
Right.
okay.
Yeah, okay, so.
We'll just do the
I'll
public
move to
hearing.
close the public hearing portion of H1 Dawson Landing Phase 4 minor land use amendments.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, Jordan. So with that, moving on to the bylaw for recommended action for Dawson's Landing Phase 4, which is second and third reading. Jordan, with that, do you wish us to, we've already discussed all of the points already. I guess, I guess we should ask if there's any questions or comments for Jordan at this time.
That would be great. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just looking to get approval of the bylaw, but if there are any clarification questions?
Councillor Henley?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, so your point of the overall area is they're coming up short for the measures that we're basically forced to comply with for the regional area.
That's correct.
So at this point in time, the status is we're shy of reaching those numbers.
Yeah.
What's the consequences if we don't achieve those numbers?
Through the chair to Councillor Hanley, it comes down to, there's no black and white consequences of it. It really just speaks to that general of, what's a reasonable number of people, that there's an effective return on the services provided for the area, there's a reasonable amount of commercial in the area, that type of thing. And so you just start to erode at that. But unfortunately, it's very hard to put a specific, if you drop below, if you're at 8 and then we're going to be at 7.8. No, there's no specific consequences. And I would expect actually that the applicant may return with future phases of Dawson Landing, looking to make some adjustments to try and keep, trying to hit that 8 UPA, particularly if they believe there's a market for it, but also it's more likely to be able to get more commercial uses in. And then I think there's just more efficient use of the infrastructure, because a lot of the pipes in the ground, have to go off of those earlier plan assumptions that it's going to be 8 units per acre. So you start to, again, it's very small, kind of like this amendment, it's a small change, but it's also a small, if you end up with fewer people, you have slightly less efficient infrastructure because it was planned at a slightly higher number that wasn't realized.
Jordan, isn't it true that with CMRB, we would struggle with our approvals through the ASP and MDP if we weren't somewhat in this area?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It'd be, I'm not sure whether it would come up or not, because we aren't talking that, Chestermere is far off or anything like that.
Yeah.
We're very close, and every municipality tends to struggle with this of, hitting right at that minimum. But absolutely, it could be raised by, someone who really wants to get into the.
Well, if you came into the CMRB and wanted to get a 4 units per acre,
they
would probably say no.
Yeah, they would say no. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for Jordan? All right, thank you very much. With that, if I can get a motion to give second and third reading to approve bylaw 019-22. Councillor Coate?
I make the motion that council gives second reading to the bylaw 01922, the Dawson's Landing Minor Land Use Agreement, Phase 4.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. If I can get a motion to provide third reading to approve bylaw 019-22. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we approve bylaw 01922, Dawson's Landing Minor Land Use Amendment for Phase 4 for third reading.
Thank you. All right. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, because we closed the public hearing, do we now close item H1 or I1?
Closed H1.
Thank you. Good morning, council. You just need one more motion. Basically say that you amend the Dawson Landing Phase 4 map as amended.
H2.
Just asking for, Councillor Funk, through the mayor to Jerry. Sorry, you're asking us to state on the hearing that we're amending?
So the public hearing was closed.
Right.
But, and so there's, you gave bylaw first and second reading, which is fine, but the map still needs to be amended as presented. So you made it we went from R1 to R3 on the public hearing, so that just has to be pointed out in that particular outline plan now.
But that is what the motion, or that is what the request was. So the hearing, we closed the hearing, and that's just the hearing for public input and everything.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand, sorry. And then the actual second and third readings are to actually approve the change. The request is to change the bylaw, which is the change from R1 to R3. So
Yeah,
by
so
the approval of that, that is actually amending the map. Is it not?
It does, but I'm just going through my head on the process. So when we close a public hearing, you should really be making a reference right then that you're making a motion to amend the map, the map on the public hearing. I know the bylaw references it anyway and has an appendix in place, and I know you opened up concurrently, but it just gives reference back to the public hearing that the council made that motion, and then you pass by the bylaw first and second and third reading.
So do we need to rescind the original?
The bylaw is fine, it's just
The hearing.
just the hearing. Just if we did the one hearing, then it would be fine.
So the motion that you're requesting is to make that in relation to the hearing. And what would that motion look like? So we're amending a motion to amend the
The Dawson Landing Phase 4 map as amended.
Dawson Landing map as amended. Okay. All right. If I can get a motion, Councillor Henley?
In order that,
Do we need to rescind the original motion then?
To close the hearing?
We can,
Close the hearing, so now you ask the motion. Very close.
okay.
Councillor Henley?
okay, so I move that, the Dawson Landing Phase 4 minor land use amendment map, be, amended as prescribed in bylaw 019-22 and presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next public hearing. Sorry, Councillor Watt?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that it was duly noted that I didn't vote.
Sorry,
I'm sure that's all.
yeah, you're right. All opposed. That's right. Councillor Watt was opposed to the second and third readings. If Legislative Services could make sure they note that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sorry. Okay, moving on to Waterford Stage 1 public hearing, which is minor land use map amendments to Phase 4, bylaw 020-22. Okay, I'd like to call for a motion to open the public hearing and concurrently open up I2 in regards to Waterford Stage 1. Councillor Henley?
Yeah, I move that, we open a public hearing for items, H2 Waterford Stage 1 minor land use amendments to Phase 4 bylaw 020-22, and, items I2 Waterford Stage 1, minor land use, map, second and third readings concurrently.
Great. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. All right, with that, I'd like to provide an outline for the public hearing process and procedures. First of all, the staff report from administration. Then we'll have a presentation from the applicant. Next, we will have presentations from the public in support of the proposal. Then we'll have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal, a rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited to comments received and heard in opposition, and then final questions of administration. So with that, I'd like to call on Jordan to present the staff reports from administration. Morning again, Jordan.
Good morning again. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So as with before, the applicant, we did not ask them to prepare a presentation, but they are available on the line. Love surveys, and as well, the developer, Douglas Developments, are available to answer any questions or clarification that may come up. So this is a proposed land use amendment in the Waterford Stage 1 neighborhood that is currently under development. As mentioned, the applicant is Love Surveys on behalf of the landowner Douglas Developments, and the affected area is approximately the size of 7 single detached housing lots, and looking to adjust them from currently R3 to either R1 or R1-PRL. So this is the outline plan that shows all the land uses for the future Waterford neighborhood. Development has started up in the northeast corner and is progressing south, and you can see the red lines marking on the map indicate the areas that are the subject of today's proposed change. It is proposed that 7 lots go from R3 to either R1 or R1 PRL, and you can see the subdivision layout there indicates the lots that are affected. As with all new community developments, there are a number of policy plans guiding it. So we have the municipal development plan, the Waterbridge master area structure plan, the Waterford area structure plan, as well as the Waterford Stage 1 outline plan. And today we are asking for an amendment to the land use bylaw to change the districts. The changes were deemed minor enough that an amendment to the outline plan wasn't necessary. In terms of benefits, this is providing the applicant with some development flexibility as they move into a new phase of their developing neighborhood, and administration has not identified any impacts related to this proposed change. Bylaw review process. First reading of this bylaw was approved on July 5th, and we're now at today for the public hearing, and administration are recommending second and third readings of this bylaw following the public hearing. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Jordan. Council, are there any questions for Jordan on the matter? Councilor Hanlon?
One question, the exact opposite of the other one. From the R3s to the R1s, how many fewer homes?
Through the chair to Councillor Hanley. In this instance, actually, it's going to be a very almost a 1-for-1, but maybe a couple of units down. Really, they're just looking for some flexibility on those end blocks that would have had one townhouse anyways, but instead of having it attached, just looking to have the unit separate. That R1 triangle, or somewhat of a triangle on the right, perhaps could have done a bit more with R3, so that's where you could maybe have seen 3 lots instead of the 1 that's 1 or 2 that's going to be, the 1 that's going to be proposed there. So overall, it's a lesser decrease than the increase of the previous one. But yeah, a couple of units difference.
Okay.
I was just going to ask you, just for clarification, so the one lot that looks like a triangle lot, that's one single family lot, huh?
I believe that is the intention, yeah. I think it was just from the layout of the road, it just made it too awkward, I think, to
interesting.
for anything else, but that's certainly a good question of clarification for the applicant when we get to that stage.
Okay. Council, are there any further questions for Jordan? All right, thank you very much, Jordan. At this point in time, I'd like to call for the applicant to present anything to council that they wish to.
Yeah, so we do have the representatives from Douglas Developments and Love Surveys on the line. I don't know if there's anything that they wanted to add following the presentation.
Hello, it's Doug from Douglas Developments. Just want to clarify why these changes were made, and it virtually was there's zero effect on the net outcome, net density. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm not sure.
Yes,
yes, we can.
Okay, good. by putting some of these R1s instead of R3s adjacent to park, it's just a little bit cleanup in quality, because a more luxury home would probably have a better feel around the park and stuff for resale value. So, but when we're doing our lotting, it just worked out that it doesn't make sense to have a 45-foot lot an R3 because you couldn't sell it as a affordable home. So by rounding out the lot of the block, it just made more sense to have an R1 home there. So that's kind of what we're doing, just to polish up our home. The R1, the triangular lot, is actually, we actually plotted a home on there and we couldn't get the R3 lotting to work properly because it's just very unorthodox, those types of lots. So we actually ended up with designing a single family home, and it just made more sense from a design perspective. So that's really what we're trying to do there, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions? Seeing none, hearing none, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the next portion of the public hearing, which is to begin with those that are in support or any groups or individuals that wish to claim their support for the changes. And do we have any letters of support or commentary?
Letters of support.
Okay. I'll ask 3 times in relation to, if there's anyone wish to present in support. The second time, if there is anyone present or online that wishes to present in support. And a final time, if there's anyone that wishes to present in support. Moving on to the next area is, again, if there's anyone in opposition to the designated changes that are being looked at. I have one letter in opposition, which indicates from Jennifer LeBlanc, which is opposed to the proposed bylaw, which is 020-22 land use bylaw. Last thing we need is more high density housing. We need more useful businesses to help sustain our current growing population. Developers need to create more affordable business areas. Can't have small businesses succeed locally when they can rent more affordable locations to the west of us. This is just a developer's quick way of making bucks. I don't think there's any other commentary.
No comments received.
So I'll ask three times again if there's any additional, anyone that wishes to present in opposition. A second time, if there's anyone that wishes to present in opposition. And a final time, if there's anyone which wishes to present in opposition. Council, is there any comments that you'd like to make in regards to the opposition? My only comment is I think there was just a misunderstanding there is we're going down in density as opposed to up in density. So I think that would actually potentially move over well with regards to that concern. So again, I wanted to invite the applicant for one final time to provide any rebuttal in regards to the opposition that was heard. If you have any comments you'd like to make. And finally, if there's, with council, if there's any questions that council would finally like to make to the applicant before we move on. Jordan?
Just one comment. I will follow up with that respondent just to make sure whether it was just they thought we were advertising that Truman Developments bylaw.
Okay.
So just, make sure that she understands that it wasn't an increase with this particular bylaw.
Mm-hmm. Okay, seeing no additional comments for the applicant. One final question for council, if there's any additional comments to the administration. Councillor Henley?
One question. Will we have to have a resolution modify the map again?
Very good.
I do that after the closing, but I think.
I'm actually going to apologize to council right now. I was going to do this offline, but I also thought, for some reason, I don't know where my head is today. I thought we were also doing an outline plan, and that's why I got you guys to do that. So I do apologize. That motion that you actually put first doesn't really change anything. But I'm actually pretty embarrassed because I was thinking of outline plans. So my apologies to council. So no, when you're doing public hearing, just to bylaws, great. If it was an outline plan, then we'd be doing both.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Again, is there any final questions for administration? Seeing none, hearing none. All right, if I could get a motion to close only the public hearing at this point in time at 11:37 a.m. Councillor Focht,
I make a motion that we close the public hearing at this time.
any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And just as we had indicated, we had also opened the discussion for the second and third reading in regards to Waterford Stage 1 minor land use map. Are there any comments or questions for Jordan at this time in regards to what we've heard in the public hearing for the bylaw amendment? Or bylaw second, third reading, rather? If I could call for a motion in regards to council giving second and third readings. Councillor Focht,
I make the motion that we approve bylaw 020-22 Waterford Stage 1 minor land use amendment map, phase 4 for second reading.
okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, unanimous. If I can get another motion to do pass third reading. Councillor Focht,
I make the motion to pass bylaw 020-22 Waterford Stage 1 minor land use amendments map phase 4. Third reading, to approve third reading for approval.
all right, thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jordan. That concludes our portion in regards to Waterford. So now we're just going to move forward with our public hearing. It's 11:39. I'm just wondering how long we expect this to take or if we should break for lunch. Does council prefer to break for lunch at this time or move forward? Any comments, Councillor Dean?
I had the same thought because I think that this is going to take a little bit of time. So it's like, do we start it and hit pause and come back, or? I think that's the real question we're asking. We know we're going to have to either pause or delay lunch. I think essentially is the real question.
Jerry?
Thank you, council. I just think if we pause for lunch or just put that on hold, but however, we might be able to bring the community standards bylaw forward and tackle that just before we break for lunch. It's probably 20 minutes. I don't think that will take any longer than 20 minutes.
Is there interest for council to do that? Sure. Let's do it. Okay. Councillor Funk, did you have a comment?
I was just going to ask if there was any public engagement waiting to be involved in the public hearing. I
don't see any. I don't have any numbers.
So that was my only concern, is if there was people
online wishing to tie in?
Yeah. So, and if that
Okay,
was,
so what we'll do, just for those that are online watching, is we'll look to start our public hearing at 1 o'clock. As long as we have, we'll reconfirm this at the end of our discussion around community standards. If it only takes us the 20 minutes. So we'll start with our community standards bylaw review, which is on pages 78 to 124, which is third reading. And I believe we have
Sean's online.
Sean to present that. Fantastic.
Morning, Council, Mr. Mayor. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. Back for another round at this.
That's right.
So I'm here today in an attempt to present third and final reading community standards bylaw in relation to specifically our section 9 and section 10, which will be alcohol consumption open spaces as well as fire pits. I believe we've touched on everything else in the first and second reading. So if I'm not mistaken, we can go ahead with section 9 and section 10 at this time to complete the third reading. So with that in mind, I'll go through section 9, alcohol consumption in open spaces, which has been amended and updated as per our reviews and comments. Starting with subsection 1, the consumption of alcohol in open space is only permitted at designated picnic areas. These areas will be designated by signage. Any alcohol consumption in these designated areas is limited to wine, coolers, beer, cider, liqueurs, and similar type products. The consumption of spirits, as defined in the bylaw, is prohibited in an open space. Subsection 3, the consumption of alcohol in these designated areas is only permitted between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. daily. City of Chestermere permits the operation of these designated alcohol consumption areas year-round. Subsection 5, no person is permitted to carry, convey, or transport any alcohol or be in possession of any open alcohol container except within a designated picnic area or within 4 feet of the designated alcohol consumption seating area. Number 6, no person shall continue to consume alcohol in an open space after being ordered to cease by a peace officer. Reservations are only available for private functions. Subsection 8, glass containers are only permitted in designated picnic areas. And finally, 9, no alcohol is permitted in city parks during city-operated events. Moving on to section 10, which is fires under the community standards bylaw. Sub 1, fires in open spaces are only permitted in city designated fire pits. 2, no person shall ignite or allow a fire to burn in an open space fire pit between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. 3, no person who builds, ignites, or allows a fire shall leave that fire unsupervised at any time. Sub 4, no person shall burn at any time the following materials: animal manure or feces, pathological waste, waste materials from building or construction sites excluding wooden material that do not contain wood preservatives, combustible material in automotive bodies, used oil, treated or painted lumber, lumber products containing glue or resin, garbage, rubber, tires or plastic, or any animal carcasses or parts thereof, excuse me. Sub 5, a person may build, ignite, or allow a fire on a premise in a fire pit so long as the person ensures that the fire is contained in a fire pit that is constructed of a non-combustible material, has an open flame area that does not exceed 1 meter at its widest point, does not have walls which exceed 0.75 meters in height, measured from the floor of the fire pit to the top of the wall of the fire pit, excluding any chimney. D, is set upon or built into the bare ground or non-combustible material such as brick or stone. Is situated at least 4 meters from any house, garage, or similar structure, including wooden decks, porches, and similar amenity space, attached to a structure measured from the part of the fire pit which is closest to the structure or amenity space. Is situated at least 4 meters from any other combustible material, measured from the part of the fire pit which is closest to the combustible material, and is not located directly under any tree or overhanging branches. Sub 6, notwithstanding subsection 10, 5E, a person may build, ignite, or allow a fire in a portable fire receptacle on a wooden deck so as long as that person ensures that a non-combustible material such as brick or stone is placed between the portable fire receptacle and the wooden deck, and the portable fire receptacle is situated at least 4 meters from any house, garage, similar structure, or other combustible material, measured from the part of the receptacle which is closest to the structure or combustible material. 7, every person who builds, ignites, or allows a fire in a fire pit must ensure that a means of extinguishing the fire is kept on hand at all times while the fire is burning, Flames from the fire do not exceed 1 meter in height at any time. The fire is not left unsupervised at any time. The fire is extinguished completely, leaving only cold ashes prior to leaving the fire. And if, in the opinion of a peace officer or an officer of the fire department, a fire possesses a danger or does not comply with the requirements of this bylaw, that peace officer or officer of the fire department may extinguish the fire and take any other steps that the peace officer or officer of the fire department deem necessary to ensure that the fire and site of the fire no longer pose a danger or contravene the requirements of this bylaw. And finally, sub 9, the fire pits are not to be used during city-operated events unless approved by the city's director or CAO. Any questions, concerns arising from that?
Councillor, any questions? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Sean. I think to Sean, or maybe to City Director Cam. I believe that we had talked about the alcohol in the parks as a pilot project. In our bylaw, it says that this is year-round. Is it kind of a bit of a, maybe just a little help in understanding process? Is this we change the bylaw so that then we can do the pilot project? So just because in here it says year-round, so then is the next step we would determine the pilot project, but this bylaw just gives us in the flexibility. Is that kind of, is that what we're doing?
That was the thought behind it, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, just some minor things in the text of the document, in the red line version and the other version, because these are easy to miss. On item 2, 9.2, it says any alcohol consumption is these designated areas where it's supposed to say in, and you read it as in. That happens in the next item 3 as well, where it says in when it is when it should say in. On item 4, alcohol consumption areas year round. I believe you said areas year round, but it's the areas is not in there. And those may be just minor, but I think there's just some minor, words that require some adjustment when we finalize this.
Yeah, not a problem, Councillor Hanley. Those are minor oversights and some errors there. They can be quickly corrected even after third reading is final.
Yeah, and things like in and is or whatever, like when you see the word, you just read over it anyway and substitute the right down.
Not a problem. We'll get those touched up.
Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor to Sean. In section 8, open spaces, number 5, it states you're not allowed to erect a tent in public spaces. One of my concerns is that the definition of a tent isn't within the definitions. And I don't think we're trying to exclude people from putting in things like sunshades or fishing huts, or like the little temporary fishing things on the lake during the winter, things like that. I'm just wondering if maybe we shouldn't have a definition of tent, because I think it's more in regards to line A where it says camp in a public place, that we're trying to get people not allow tents.
What we're trying to accomplish here is to ensure that if we have any transient individuals that enter into our city and decide to stay or make camp, as it were, somewhere uncommon and or pitch a tent for a prolonged period of time or overnight even, that we can act on that. We have discussed this before, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, in first or second reading, that this is a discretionary based action for law enforcement. We would not be targeting any type of fishing huts and or, sunshades or anything similar to that, where the application is very temporary and is necessary for, for sheltering from weather conditions or things like that. This is to ensure that we don't have any vagrants or homeless people erect the tent in a public space to try and make home there.
So, Councillor Dean.
So to Councillor Funk's point, could we just make a small amendment to A that says camp in a public place or erect a tent for that purpose?
I'm thinking defining tent.
Fair. like if it's because, or erect a structure for that purpose, because then you get rid of the whole sunshade problem, right? So like, because the heart behind this is exactly what Mr. Press is saying. So I'm wondering if we just, that's what we're trying to avoid. So why don't we just name it, right? And say, so camp in a public place or erect a structure for that purpose. And then you get rid of the whole, you can just take the word tent right out of there, right? Because you can erect anything really to stay in that.
Yeah. Or prolonged use. You know, something that gives the peace officers some flexibility that, you know, a few hours is fine, but more than that starts to push the limit. But how do you say that exactly though?
Yeah, and we're happy to adjust a definition or even add if necessary, but we didn't want to overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
Our officers here are well versed when it comes to the art of discretion when it comes to certain things. So if you're outlining a direction to adjust it or add a definition, we're happy to do so. We just didn't want to overcomplicate it.
Thoughts, Councillor Foat?
To the mayor, to the presenter. John, I have a concern over the fire pits. And you are saying that the flame cannot be any more than 3 than a meter across or in height. Then that is the one thing I was concerned about. And then also in the bylaw, it talks about residential fire arresters and stuff like that. But our park doesn't have that. So what's your thoughts?
I believe the fire suppressors or arresters were removed. And I believe that was, again, first or second reading a couple months back. So that's why you won't see it in here. Now, as far as the actual size, whether it's distance from a structure or any other materials or just the sheer size of the fire itself, this was all decided strategically through the advice of previous and current fire chiefs as well as captains and senior firefighters to ensure that the safety is first and foremost when it comes to fire pits as a whole. So this was kind of the happy medium to ensure that we have larger properties, smaller properties, open spaces and things like that that'll all be involved with the fire pits. But this size and the requirements in place ensure a guaranteed safety when it comes to the size of fire that we need or the size of fire that can be built, whether it's on a dock and or in an open space.
Follow-up question.
Councillor Foat?
Follow-up question is, I do have a concern about putting fire retardant or some kind of insulation on a wooden deck. You have a fire pit on top of it, build a fire on it. I really do have a problem with that.
I think you're speaking to making sure that there's that barrier between the fire pit itself and the wooden deck, if I'm not hearing you wrong. If that's the case, then it is outlined in there that there has to be a material similar to brick or something of that nature between a fire pit or a fire receptacle and a wooden surface like a deck or a dock. It's already in here, Councillor Pope.
Okay. Because from personal experience, I put a fire pit on my deck and had 2-inch concrete sidewalk tiles underneath it. And it actually, when it was all said and done, it actually had burned the top of my deck. So I guess if we're trying to have a safety issue, that is my safety issue. And I learned that from experience.
No, I understand. Again, this information was consulted with the fire department as well, and this is of their professional opinion as well as our opinion as well. There certain materials will heat up. We all understand how that works. And in your case, Councillor Vogt, the difference between it, possibly warming up your deck or even scorching it a little bit versus setting it ablaze is kind of what we're trying to prevent here. So I'm glad the concrete sidewalk blocks did their job, but if they weren't there, the chances that your deck lighting on fire would have been much higher.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was just wondering, it identifies a portable fire receptacle. Is that different than a regular fire pit?
Yeah, honestly, Mr. Mayor, I think it's built into the word there. There is some fire receptacles that people will take with them in their holiday trailers, and then when they're stationary at home, they'll bring them out and then just set them on their property. Again, whether it's a dock or a deck or in their backyard, some people don't want a permanent fire pit, to which they'd have to meet similar criteria anyways. We're just ensuring that we cover as much as we practically can by saying portable fire receptacles that we've seen in the past. And then outlining some information there to ensure, property safety as well as the people that are operating it.
Okay, I have a question for City Director Cam. Is this also our opportunity to amend the size of fire pit for the city?
Through the chair to the mayor, yes, the answer is yes. But then we'd have to look at the fact if we expand the fire pits, they can no longer be operated unmanned. So it'd have to be only doing city operations. So have to be fully staffed, and staff would have to actually man the state fire.
So, for example, under number 1, 10.1, it indicates that fires in open spaces are only permitted in city designated fire pits. Should we have a amendment to that says city fire pits may exceed 1 meter? Now, what you just indicated, that's in relation to another bylaw that affects that, so that still these have to adhere to other bylaws. So there's no need to change it other than that.
That's right.
And that, the way I mentioned that is just to give the city the flexibility of doing that, but of course they'd have to follow whatever rules are already present.
We could do that.
It's an amendment. It's not done yet. Councillor Funk?
Just to follow along that line, I'm wondering if we could very specifically designate the specific fire pits that will be larger, but you're not allowed to exceed maybe as a personal fire within them, certain things. They could be run differently, but because the size of them will be bigger, but you still can't have a fire exceeding a certain height.
Yeah, the height, that might change the height.
Yeah, it would change the height.
Because if you have a 6 foot wide fire pit and you load that up, you may not stay within the 3 foot height.
That's why.
Because of walls of.
But it would then allow people to build a small fire still within that fire pit. For personal use.
As long as we didn't expand it more than 1 meter though, right?
Right, just don't fill it.
But it will get filled.
That would be the challenge, right? Is who's going to be out there to monitor and measure it if you do it that way? The thought would be if you control the fire pit to only allow for that size, then you've engineered the design in there. But if you actually make it larger, then we'll have to have no other option but to staff it and man it.
Again, though, this is to give the city the opportunity to do that. Doesn't mean they have to do that, though. Because otherwise we got to come back through 3 more readings and to change it if we ever want to change that.
Correct. And this gives us opportunity to get these fire pits in place as well as alcohol in the parks, as it were. No puns intended, but we're losing daylight when it comes to the opportunity to run certain things as pilots for a summer period of time so we can gather accurate information going into the following year and the summer. So maybe it's best practice to run with the information that we've presented, and then if there's amendments or changes as per the sunset clause, we can look at this again in September, October for the following year.
We also had, we used to have, I'm trying to figure out where it was situated before, but we had a definition of open space to include areas on the lake bed, which has now been removed.
I do recall something similar to what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back to the minutes, but I think that was in second or maybe in first reading a couple of months ago, that was removed at council's request for that period of time, at that period of time. I can't recall exactly why, but I do recall that conversation as well.
Councillor Hanley?
I believe, I recall the same thing. I believe because we had set a sunset clause in this is because we were trying to deal with like the summer issues now. And then when we would bring it back, we would deal with some of the winter type issues, like because there was also ice fishing on the lake and other things. People will use the lake surface in the wintertime as an open area and not in the summertime. So this was to distinguish between the two.
It did include ice fishing huts. I don't recall including fire pits. But we can keep it out if we wish.
I believe it's section 21 or 22 here as I'm scrolling quickly, but the sunset clause is in there, and I think Councillor Hanley was correct that we were trying to make sure that all of our information was accurate for this time of year, and the changes that we were making were prudent to get this going so people could enjoy the updates as it were, and then review this back under section 22 sub 1 as of end of September 30th when this expires.
Is that the point of this bylaw, to have it expire?
That sunset provision was put in place as at the request of council through the CAO, I believe, or the director at the time, just so we can further review this going into the fall season and into the winter. And I believe Councillor Hanley is correct that it was specifically done so we can amend as necessary to go into the ice fishing and the open fires on the lake surface and things like that, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was more that we wanted to review it for sure. I don't know if we want to not have a bylaw at that time. Councillor Hanley?
I was going to recommend that probably the end of September is a little early. We might want to change that to the end of October, but have a report in early October or late September regarding the success of the pilot project and start to deal with these issues. By passing the bylaw with that clause, certain things become in effect, but then that forces us to basically in October, we're going to have to revisit the bylaw and do 3 readings of the bylaw again.
Okay. Councillor Funk?
My suggestion is that we take out the word expires and do a review of the bylaw. I don't, like the mayor said, I don't know if we want the bylaw to expire.
Okay.
But we can push for review periods on all bylaws.
Okay, not a problem. I was just noting that down so I can speak to the CEO after the fact. So myself and or Ledge Services can make some changes that we need. If you want it set for review and leave the wording as review at the end of September, we could do that and just remove basically expires and adjust the wording so it makes sense.
Okay, Councillor Dean?
I would support the word review. However, I agree with Councillor Hanley that I can think off the top of my head about 15 things that we have put in September right now. And so I'm wondering if the review by the end of October might be a more realistic goal so that one of those meetings in September, we're not here till the next day.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with that. Yeah, if everyone does. Is there anything else that we're talking about in relation to this bylaw? Councillor Dean?
Sorry, just going back, did we settle number 5 of section 8.5? Did we settle what we wanted to do with that? Or are we just leaving the wording and leaving it as discretion? Or we just kind of said a lot of things and then moved on?
Yeah.
I think as we're saying, I mean, we've got to get some experience with this, and with the bylaw officers, again, understanding the differential we're trying to target. But I agree that would like some crystal clear language around this, you know, as their experience comes back and they explain, you know, maybe what some of the variants might be, because that is a bit confusing. So in the interest of moving forward, but obviously the intent is not for people with sunshades to be affected compared to those that are camping out in the middle of the park.
Correct.
Councilor Hanley?
Yeah, I was just going to say, perhaps for clarity and to make sure we're all catched up and on the same page, if Sean, if you could just go through your notes of what amendments we've actually have suggested so far, so we're all clear on what's been included, what's not.
Yeah, I know we've had quite a few conversations all over the place here. However, the real amendments are inclusive of just adjusting and correcting a couple grammar-related errors, making sure that the is's and ats are correct, as well as it was proposed to possibly amend Section 5 Sub A for a little more clarity around that, as well as amend Section 22, the sunset provision, in relation to September versus October and the word expired versus review. Those are really the only proposed changes, which is minimal, but there's a lot of conversation surrounding them. We've had questions in relation to fire pits and barriers for fire pits on decks, but I think we resolved and answered those questions, if I'm not mistaken. So going back to Section 5 in relation to camp in a public space, we could also leave that as is if you prefer, council, with understanding of how, you know, our officers here in the city operate with discretion. We're not targeting sunshades. That's not how we operate, never has been, or will it be. This is targeted specifically to camping, being an overnight activity in an uncommon space and or in a public space, you know, after hours, that is set up as some sort of semi-permanent residence for somebody who doesn't belong. And again, with this review period being set for, I believe, October now, we can have this same conversation again to see if Section 5 had any negative impact, and if so, then we can look at readjusting that wording later.
Yeah, Sean, I think what you've proposed there, I think actually is good. I think that answers what we're looking
on the
for.
screen?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
I don't know if you can see that, but this is just what we've been changing in
Oh,
services.
I don't know if you can see that. It indicates under 5A that camp in a public place or erect a structure for the purpose of an accommodation. So that's excluded. So that provides that clarity, I think.
Okay.
It gives you that flexibility. I think that's a good proposal.
Yeah, if council's happy with that wording, we're okay with that. Again, it won't change our actions. It'll just give a little more clarity to those reading the bylaw, maybe for the first time.
Okay, so whoever's controlling the word exchange here, if we could move to 22 sunset provision and just confirm that change as we've indicated. Reviewed by October 31st, that's perfect.
Perfect.
Good job.
So Mr. Mayor and Council, if I can go real brief, at the very beginning, there was, at the very beginning of the bylaw, if they just go right up to the top, please. We've just taken out and annoying. We've strike that out if council would like to keep that in or out. The other piece that we have done that council has seen already is we've changed some wording that Councillor Hanley wanted, just some grammatical from the is and the ins.
Perfect.
Again, you've seen that one in 5 for the camping. So we struck the is in 9.2 to put in, and same thing with 9.3. I think, and then the
Section
last,
9, yeah. Perfect.
and then I believe the last comment that you had, that council had, was in 22.1. Those are the amendments that we caught as council was going through.
Yep. Is there any other comments, council, that you're looking at? I think that's great. Okay, if we can move on then. If I could get a motion to accept the third reading of the bylaw as amended. Councillor Henley?
I move that council give third reading to the community standards bylaw as amended.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Great, thank you, everyone.
Can I,
Councillor Henley?
can I make another motion? That council directs administration to bring back the results of the pilot project to us in early October.
Okay. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you. All right, with that, it's almost 12:15. So if we could look at coming back here for the CUI public hearing at 1:30, that would allow us to move on to that subject. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. That is lunch break. everyone. Thanks again for your patience for the lunch break we just had. Before we start with our CUI public hearing, I just wanted to make a housekeeping matter. For our staff report that was for a water meter fee increase, we need to, this is in our master rates bylaw, so a change to this will actually need a council motion. And so in support of the fee, which we already passed for information, I'd like to present a motion to accept staff's recommendation on the pricing adjustments for the water meter fee change as presented. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much. That's straightforward. Okay. So moving on to our public hearing for CUI. All right, with that, I'd like to call for a motion to open the public hearing for the utility company dissolution of 1538974 Alberta Limited at 1:35 p.m. Good afternoon. Hi, Ann.
Don't have to vote, open the public hearing.
Oh, sorry, I need to ask for a motion. No, I've already asked for the motion, so I need to ask for the vote. All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Again, to you, Ann. Hi there.
I would like to present a staff report regarding to the solution of CUI, but we know of CUI. The agenda for my report is I want to go over a little bit of background history of the utility company over the years. I go over some of the advantages municipalization and the action plan and some of the financial information for information only. And at the end, we will ask for the decision for consideration. So the background is in 2010, Jasmine Utility Incorporated, called CUI, were incorporated and began operation in 2012. Its intention was to be a utility company. Its secondary purpose
were to move the utility debt from the city, thus allowing the city to have a higher borrowing capacity. In spring of 2016, residents have a petition to dissolve CUI, and the investigation to council due to the high rate of utility as well as suspected mismanagement. An investigation was declared in February 2017 by Municipal Affairs, but this was an election issue for the residents at that year. In 2019, CUI building was closed, but the city continued to operate the business. CUI was renamed to 1538974 Alberta Ltd. The city continued to maintain this entity as a vehicle to help debt. By November 2021, the new council passed a motion to direct administration to complete dissolve of the municipal control company 1538974 Alberta. The appropriate asset management and appreciation of accounting were requested to roll the number company back into the city. The request made by the new council was to continue its mandate for transparency, and they were also not comfortable with having the number company to hide debt. The next slide is some of the advantages for resort of CUI and moving it to municipality. Number one, utility service will officially become a department of the city. Number two, it will allow the city utility department to potentially be subsidized via provincial grant or and taxes. The city will now only produce one financial statement, keeping this council promise to increase transparency. The city will have the ability to provide a quick response to customer service inquiry. And all future decisions will make in public forum. So those are the few main items of the advantages. Next, I will go to the action plan. So these are the main item that we will take action on. So on June 13, 2020, Chestermere residents were notified of the proposed dissolution. And then today is July 19, the city provide the public hearing to the resident at the council meeting so that we have right now. In this meeting, the city will collect resident submission, whether it's written or verbally. So at the same time, the city agreement will need to be reset, and we project that this will complete by the end of 2022. The next item is we also review all the bylaw and amend to make sure it's under the city bylaw. One important aspect when we do the transfer merchant CUI to CD is transfer all assets, assignment of all the account receivable, and all the debt that will be all transferred to the city. And staff project that we will have to complete by the end of the year. We also have some of the capital projects that in work in progress. We will review that, and that will be also transferred to CD. And these are the major items that we can list, but staff and administration will continue to finalize all the items that need to be transferred. We project that everything will transfer to the CD by the end of 2022. The next few slides is I attached the utility company financial information for 2021 year-end financial report and Q1 2022 report are information only. And in the review of utility financial statement, administration identifies some of the financial irregularity, and these will be examined and reviewed during the dissolution. So number one, prior to 2017, irregular CD transaction for unrealized gain and loss are shown in the CD expense. Item number two, at the end of 2017, CUI accounting process standard changed. The new accounting practice were on forward basis and choose not to correct the past. So it will be expect the future year earning. In 2017, CUI showed $11 million in retained earnings. As of 2021, they are at $6.8 million. In 2017, CUI showed $3.8 million loss. The CD credit CUI equity by $3.8 million. Note in the CD, this is included in the note in the CD financial statement at unrealized gain or loss in CUI. In 2018, CUI showed $700,000 loss. The CD credit CUI equity $700,000. In 2019, CUI showed a $2.5 million loss. The CD credit CUI equity by $2.5 million. In 2020, CUI showed $2.5 million loss. The CD credit CUI equity by $2.5 million. In 2020, CUI cost of service profit showed $1.2 million versus $2.5 million loss as a whole. 2021, CUI showed $600,000 profit. The CD showed $600,000 credit to CUI equity. In 2021, CUI cost service profit showed $2.4 million and get the overall gain of $600,000. In 2021, CUI financial statement show $235,000 loss. CUI did a rate swap for cash with the CD for $835,000. And we don't have the account for the remaining of $600,000. Item number 12, in 2021, CUI cash in bank show $1.5 million at the beginning of the year and $6.6 million at the end of the year. $4 million were in cash in the bank and $2.6 million in the restricted cash account. So during the dissolution, staff will also conduct a review to get the explanation for all the irregularity list on the list here, and we will get a report to explain clearly on what happened over the years here. And last of all, I would like to decision and consideration. Would like to council to affirm the resolution of dissolved utility company 1538974 Alberta. Administration will provide progress report to council upon request. And thank you. That's the end of my.
Thank you. Lots of information to digest. I guess I will just start it off here, just following the public hearing. So we're looking for, I guess, from council, if there's any questions in regards to administration's presentation. And then after that, we'll move to, we don't really have an applicant. I guess that would be the city itself or the CUI, I guess, doing another presentation, which I don't think that'll happen. So I guess at this point, we're just going to be looking for, again, any questions from council in regards to some of the information that's been presented. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Through the chair, if you can just clarify, what do you mean by council to affirm resolution to dissolve? What does that really mean?
Okay, so it means that even council already give us the motion in November. We just want to council to confirm one more time that we follow the procedure and all the steps that present.
Okay, thank you. Just had one more question.
Councillor Naran.
Thank you. And through the chair, could you give us again information with respect to what will this mean for the debt level for the city?
When you,
Once we roll in the debt and everything else into the city's account, what does it mean, for the city's debt level?
yeah. So, actually, I expect that this will be one of the questions. We did a preliminary calculation. If we roll the debt and all the assets from the utility company into the city, so definitely we will increase the borrowing capacity, but then we also increase our use capacity, and the calculation show that we are still in the limit of the debt capacity. And I don't know the exact number now, but I can assure that it's still within the limit.
Do you have an idea of where we're at with the capacity, like, what's available still? We were at approximately 23 before, which I understand has gone up.
Yeah, so what, right now at 2021, year end, we calculate that the city have an extra, we have the room for 28 million for that capacity, that without rolling the CUI asset in.
Without rolling it in?
Yeah.
Or with rolling it in?
Yeah, and then without rolling. So if we roll it in, we will have more.
More capacity, or it would eat up some of that capacity?
Yeah, we eat some, okay, sorry. The debt will definitely eat some of the capacity, but then again, we will have more to
revenue
gain on the debt service.
Okay, because I understand that we were looking at some of the ratios earlier. But have you got an idea what those revised amounts would be with it rolled in?
Can I, because staff will provide regular report, I will include that in the next report
Okay.
with the actual numbers.
Okay, are there any other questions? Councillor Watt?
Thank you, through the chair, and I'm just wondering, in one of your slides, the one with the 12 irregularities, you covered 5 years of irregularities. I'm just wondering, were these irregularities noted in the financial statements by the auditors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the auditors potentially allowed irregularity after irregularity to present itself, and now we're in a position where now you've got this very long 5-year list of irregularities that have continued to occur under the watch of the auditors. Can you explain that?
Yeah, irregular, that's been the way that on the normal companies, right? So when they get gain or loss, it will go into the dividend account, and then it will distribute to the shareholder. But in this process, the auditor allowed the CD to adjust the equity of the shareholder only. They don't do the dividend to distribute gain or loss. So that's why we want to clarify, why did they do that? Is that the right process to do? And we just seek clarification and transparency.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Thank you, through the chair to Anne. Just one thing, you've done a lot of reports today. So I'm just curious about this one. This isn't meant as a criticism. This has been a hot button topic in our community for a long time. And I'm sure that the public would like access to this. So I'm just wondering why this wasn't necessarily included in the original agenda package. And subsequent to that, could we, and I don't know if I need to do this by motion, but could we have, obviously not during the public hearing, I can't do this, but could we get this added as an amendment to the agenda package? I just think it'd be good for the public just to be able to view this document without having to go back and watch the meeting and scroll through all the slides. So I'm just wondering, first question, just why this wasn't included as part of the original package.
I'm sorry, because I worked on this on Saturday.
Fair enough. Like I said, I think you're at number 5 right? You've had a number of presentations today, so certainly lots of grace for that because you've been presenting lots today. So that's absolutely fair enough. So would it be okay with council if we look at doing that after having this package included as an attachment later, just so that again residents don't have to scroll through, watch the video and hit pause.
Yeah, I think we can make that motion after the hearing. Okay. Are there more questions, Councillor Funk?
On your list of during dissolution, the 12 points that you bring up, as far as irregularities, will these irregularities impact the timeline for the dissolution?
We are not, we project to complete by the end of 2022. I myself only cannot finish everything. Of course, I will arrange professional help or staff to help me to make sure that the process done by the end of the year.
Thanks, Ann. And I was just wondering, we don't define in here, for example, our rate-based income, so we can show what's separate and causing losses that are different than actually what's happening within the operations.
For the
Is that on any of these slides?
it show on the financial statement. It shows in
I was just reviewing the presentation that was done with in May 3rd at our council meeting. That was the operations report as of December 31st, 2020, which these statements are as of, some of these are as of March, but some of these are as of December.
Yeah, I have December is for the 2021 financial statement.
Yeah.
And the one in March is the Q1 for 2022.
Okay. Because we have, in our consolidated statements of operations in December 31st, 2020 for 153, we have on here, we have rate-based income for example, for 2021 of $2.4 million, which I think you might have referenced, actually.
Yes, we do have, but I did condense the financial statement to the main points. If necessary, we can.
We show a loss in that year of 235,000, I think.
5,000, yeah. It's showing 2021.
And yet we have a rate-based income of 2.4 million. And so the rate-based income, if I'm right, please correct me if I'm wrong, is based on operation expenses applied to operation revenue.
Yeah.
So that shows that your exact revenue or losses would be. And
it's only count for what we purchase and then what we bill out minus all the spend. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Cost of operations, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So how do we go from it? I mean, this is, I don't know if this is appropriate, but $4 million of profit to a $235,000 loss after we've gone through all expenses, all operations, and all revenues. And then I assume that we use this valuation to calculate our rates of a 235 loss when we've actually had 2.4 million of profit.
When we do the rate calculation, it's a different process. It's quite a complicated process.
Okay.
I will need more time if the council want me to report on how to report on how do we calculate the rate. Yeah. So, and then because it's in the irregular, we will review and we will provide the report with easy to understand and for all the residents, right? And that's what we want to do.
Yeah, I think that's what's exciting about what's being proposed today with the rolling in to the city is the transparency.
Yeah.
Is being able to see the breakdown of all this information in a little more detail that's hard to find on CUI.
Yeah, it's
Make
more
sure that-
detailed, and maybe we can use a simple language
Yeah.
to help residents to understand, like, clearly.
Yeah, the costs are what they are. So, we can try for efficiencies, but they are what they are. And we just want to make sure that we're not budgeting for a profit.
Yeah.
Which we should be budgeting for, almost break even essentially. And then when there's issues, you obviously have savings or line of credits to cover those kinds of things. But we just want to be really
Yeah,
transparent.
we not intend to change the financial statement, anything. We just want to clarify and
Mhm.
explain clearly.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Dean?
Thank you, through the chair. I think this is going to be to Ledge Services, actually, as a part of this presentation. I know that the idea of language around this, and you just mentioned the idea of language in regards to this and using common language, which I think is really, really important. Ledge Services, I just want to make sure that we're going to be okay, because we advertise this public hearing as the dissolution of CUI and not necessarily the dissolution of the numbered company. And you did a phenomenal job, I thought, of presenting the history of what had happened. And I just want to make sure that we have checked the boxes and crossed the T's and dotted the I's and rounded the zeros and done all that kind of stuff, just to make sure, because this has been a hot button topic for us, because we were hoping to do this in April, then we wanted to do it in May, now we're in July. Are we going to be on side from a legal perspective and everything that we need to do to make sure that we can have this accomplished by the end of 2022, which is a goal that I support? I just want to make sure that from the way that we worded this, have we done all the correct things? Because we advertised this as the dissolution of CUI without mentioning the numbered companies.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. My interpretation, so I'm going to use the interpretation law, and I'm not a lawyer. However, everyone knows CUI is a numbered company right now. They receive their bills as
Right.
153, et cetera, known as CUI. Therefore, putting down CUI is also referencing the numbered company. So it's an interpretation of really what we're looking at today is to dissolving CUI or the numbered company. I'm going to say 90% of the public knows it as CUI and not a numbered company. That's why it was, the interpretation was made to advertise it that way, to get the, I guess, the interest and the peaks of the hot button topic out there to the public to understand that. So it's interpretation, again, I'm not a lawyer, but the interpretation process is that. So in my opinion, we are covered.
Wonderful.
But that's, again, my opinion. I don't have a legal opinion on that.
And our staff reports do identify 153-8974 in the packaging, and all the financial statements are in the correct number as well. Councillor Dean?
Yeah, totally. Just as a follow-up, how upset would we be if we got caught on a technicality on this? So thank you for that clarification, because this has been something we've really wanted to move on, and all of us have wanted to move on this, and so thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate that.
I apologize that this isn't in the package here, but again, on this operations report that was given to us for December 31st, 2021, given on May 3rd, we indicated that admin and board expenses for 2020 were $1.35 million. And then for 2021, they were almost $900,000. It's hard to understand that in relation to the stuff that we have, and just how it all breaks down, I guess, and how it all fits into the numbers that we have for operating costs and where is it? General admin expenses, we have salaries and wages, and then we get into sale of services, water supply costs, contracted services. So it really shows that a lot of numbers are merged into that make up that board and admin expenses, which is pretty substantial. You don't have it with you, unfortunately. This was what you presented to us in May 3rd. But yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of things that we want to kind of understand, I guess, because when it gets rolled in, are these things still moving with it, or are they gone by the wayside?
Yeah,
Councillor Funk?
Sorry, just clarification here on it, Mayor.
The question was about the COI reporting.
Yeah, it was,
And I'm wondering if Ann, would you have that information?
that's true, actually. That wasn't your department. You weren't overseeing that. That's right, at the time. We were seeing the rollover, right? That's true.
So.
That's true.
But I'm wondering, seems how this is a COI, if Stephen might be able to answer it if he has the understanding.
That's true.
Because it is.
He is the board member for COI instead, yeah.
Right, and it doesn't fall within the MGA, so he can answer if he has the information.
If you have any ideas.
Probably do. If you give me,
I can give you this sheet, but
You may not have the information.
it's just interesting doing these comparisons between the consolidated statement of operations and the statement of operations in 153 in the information. And they just don't add up. They're not the same. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, sir, just to the mayor, for clarification on what you're saying here. So if I'm understanding correctly too, I think part of your question involves the idea of when it comes back under if it comes back under the city, that then it could fall under already in-house staff. So there could be almost a savings immediately.
Yeah.
Because there'd be people that we have in-house that are going to take on some of those.
I think
roles.
so.
Is that part of what you're getting at as
It's
well?
exciting, yes. And just to confirm that, I guess, to us and the public, because we're trying to understand, again, what the savings are, the restructuring, and the best ways that the staff is going to be doing that for efficiency. And there's, there's some history with this that isn't easy to quite understand.
We definitely will have a saving because if you already see my restructure of finance and I already reallocate tasks to each of staff to create efficiency. And of course, efficiency will definitely save on cost.
So just for clarity for us and residents, so this list that you've got of irregularities, is this something that will come back to council with maybe answers to?
Yes.
Okay.
We will come back with the explanation.
Explanations? Okay, great. Any other questions, guys? Stephen, do you have anything in that?
I have the information. I have the May 3 utility meeting. So let me just call that up and I can share my screen here.
It's really information purposes, and it'd be good to possibly include this, like as Shannon's saying, in the information so everybody can see it. And it is obviously already been presented in other meetings, but sometimes it's nice to bring it all forward so that everybody can kind of see it easily. And this is neat to kind of see the variances. In these, I don't know if you want to see this or not. It's kind of interesting.
I'm sorry, I only look at the financial statement. I
realize that, yeah.
Presentation on that.
I appreciate, thank you. Sorry for that. Yeah, there is obviously lots of questions that residents have, staff has, and council has about this issue, and we just appreciate the opportunity to look into it.
Okay, so this is the, so share my screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe a quick question while Stephen's looking up some information. So the irregularities that you've noted, Ann, do those irregularities need to be resolved prior to the dissolution of the number company and being in before it's rolled in, or can all of this happen
At the same time.
at the same time or after,
We
or?
do at the same time.
Okay.
So one side we will have the accountant review everything, or myself, we review everything and give explanation. On the other side, we proceed on other items like agreement, bylaw, system, everything. We just do side by side.
Okay. So, interesting.
Yeah, it will be a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it looks like it will be a lot of work.
Just to keep pointing out, the differences, right? We got 1.2 million of rate base profit to a net income of negative 1.4.
Okay.
Just for residents.
Yeah. So if I may, what you're referring to is on our report, there's a line business statement that we were given for the end of last year. And this is from the utility company's perspective, right? where they show the revenues for 2021, the budget, the variance, 2022 actual to December 31st, and the expenses. And down at the bottom, we see the rate-based income. So this is the cost to provide service versus the revenues that the company collected. So on that line, we're $2.4 million better than what we collected $2.4 million more than it cost us to provide the service, right? And in 2020, we collected $1.2 million more than it cost us to provide the service. Then we have a number of different accounting transactions that come below, which are the contributed assets, the contributed asset amortization, which are non-related, which brings us just back to this 235 loss that we saw and the $1.4 million loss. Now, I think what we highlighted here was this admin board expenses. So if we look, it's 866 and $1.3 million. If we now go back to the preceding page, which is more like a financial statement for the period, we'll see that same 235 that's there. And then we have the cash flow, the hedge, coming back in, the 8 to the 618 that's there. But if you look at general administrative expenses, it's only 229. Where on the other page, it's 800, right? When we look at the prior year, it says 247, and it was 1.3 million. So there's a different classification of how things go. And some of them are in line, but we'll look, if you quickly remember, if we just take the two revenue numbers, the 14 and the 13.8, and we go down to the bottom page again, here's the 14 and the 13. So they're in line. The expense numbers, when you get to the very bottom, they're in line as well, but the classifications are very different. Some of the items are there of like contracted services. We show 4.75 or 4,075,000 in 2021. Up above, when we go to contracted services, it's 4,847,000. So they're not the same numbers. So there's 800,000 more. In the prior year, there's $4.2 million of contracted services. And in the year before, it's 5.2. So there's $1 million difference. So these are the irregularities of reporting and the financial statements to individuals. You know, you cannot, if that's all that's available to the public, you can't really follow what's going on in the company. If you recall during earlier this year when we adjusted the rates saying there was no point in increasing the utility rate when we had made $2.4 million profit above what we had actually, the costs that we had incurred, right? And that's double what they had made the year before, right? There was a budgeted 823 as well.
Budgeted profit.
Budgeted profit. Also tied into all of this, you know, I guess there's a number of things and from the city's perspective, the city's looking at it from their financial statements. They don't see the CY's financial statements and their GL transactions and the process, and merging these two together, right? There are some reasons why you would do this, but it provides clarity. For the utility company, when they produce the financial statements, the city has an administration costs that they are cross-charging to the utility company for the service that is provided. So in the operational statement, they classify that as administration. But when it goes back to the utility company through the shell, it says, oh, the city's a service. So maybe it just moves from admin into contracted services. So it's misleading and misrepresenting to people of what's in the package. And, you know, you want to provide clarity, transparency to everyone. In the utility company, the decisions are internal to the utility company. They are not made in public. Right? And that's something that we're all striving for, that all of these decisions be made publicly, that, you know, there's no hidden doors or variations. A lot of it deals with the debt issue. I dug up quickly through, and you talked about the change in accounting process. Prior to 2017,
the company, there's different generally accepted accounting principles of how you would handle contributed assets and offsite levies. Prior to 2017, the company chose to keep all of those or recognize them in the year that they were received. And the alternate choice at that point in time was to recognize them over the lifespan of their asset, right? Most other utility companies would have done the alternate version, recognize them over the lifespan of the company. So the revenues and the amortizations for those in each given year would wipe each other out. They would cancel each other out. By doing it that way, you artificially increase retained earnings. And then you end up with problems in these later years at the bottom of you have amortization expenses that you have to show. So you're going to show a loss because you don't have the revenue to go with it because of a choice that you made earlier. When the company chose to, they didn't have a choice at the end of 2017 because the accounting professionals decided that the proper way and the only way you're allowed to do it is over the lifespan of the assets, right? And if you had restated your history, then you wouldn't have a problem going forward. But the company made a choice again of not to restate their history. So going forward, they're going to have losses. What that does is it artificially improves your financial indicators in the early years. It makes you look like a much more profitable company. It makes it easier to borrow money, right? But going forward, you're building it on a foundation. Now, it is not that those were not allowed or not, they were practices. It's sort of like not making the best choices for yourself. You had a choice. Both of them were valid. Both of them were legal, but you made the wrong choice. You chose the one that was probably, I guess, how do you say this? It was not the best management choices to make, right? So you had people that did this. This also comes up in this, I guess, this utility meeting is there's a reserve fund item here on page 33 that we found out about, is the board of directors established a reserve fund for a private company, right? Private companies do not have reserve funds. Private companies have revenues, expenses, have profit. Profit goes into retained earnings. Retained earnings are passed back to your shareholder through dividends or retained in the company for a year that you may have had a loss, right? And those are normal transactions of how a company does business, right? CUI has never paid a dividend to the city, right? The city's modifications to the book, as you had indicated, are all through unrealized gains or losses in equity, right? Which results in an expense or an irregularity on your financial statements in that you have, in order for you to do the adjustment, you have to book something in your expense to say, oh, if my equity has to go down, I have to reduce my equity on the balance sheet, which then means I have an offsetting entry. So if I've got a negative on my balance sheet, I have to put a positive in my expense, and vice versa, right? And that's where everything becomes confused, right? It's not necessarily, improper or illegal, but it is not transparent. It is not clear, right? Which has caused a lot of angst in this community over the years.
So, Steve, does that not artificially increase your retained earnings and your revenues?
What was done in the early years does artificially increase them. And now what you'll see in the last few years, you see the decline. You see in the irregularities, I believe, and as identified from the financial statement, he shows retained earnings. I think it's, what point was it? Point number 3. In 2017, CUI showed $11 million in retained earnings. As of 2021, they're down to $6.8 million, right? And that
loss in retained earnings are artificial losses because they chose not to restate prior to 17. They just chose to go fix the change in reporting standards from 2017 going forward. So you don't have revenues to offset those amortization expenses. So, and that will continue to happen, which will also constrain CUI's borrowing capacity, because as their retained earnings drop down to less and less, you end up defeating the entire purpose of why it was set up.
Thank you. Any comments or questions, Councillor Funk?
Just want to make one comment on the reserve fund. So the page that you ended up on actually does show a definition of why they had the reserve fund, which I don't completely disagree with. That a company like this would probably want a reserve fund. Maybe it should be called something else in order to manage replacement of assets that are outside of normal operations.
Yeah, for a company such as this, and this is why, in my opinion, most municipalities have it within the municipality, because a restricted surplus account is acceptable under municipal or public sector accounting. Right? But in the corporate world, it's not a normal practice. You don't have a liability to accrue an expense, and you don't get to take your revenues or your expenses and throw them into your balance sheet for a future day. Right? If you were a shareholder, you would rise up and scream at that, saying, hey, that is unacceptable practice. You have revenues, you have expenses, you provide a service, and I want to be able to measure you on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? And that's why people buy stock into companies, why they pay dividends.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions? Council, I guess, at this point? Okay, moving on, again, since 153 would, well, I'm not sure who would be the applicant, the city would be the applicant, maybe, in rolling this into 153 into the city. So we'll just move to the portion of our public hearing which moves to those that are individuals or groups that are in support of the rolling in and dissolution of CUI 153 into the city of Chestermere. Is there any comments or anything that the city's received on this matter? Nothing being received in support? Okay. I guess I'll still ask 3 times. Is there anyone here to speak in support of the dissolution of 153? Is there I'll ask a second time. Is there anyone here looking to speak in support of the dissolution of 153? Utility company? Last time? Sorry, Councilor. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Please.
Joanne Lemnett, resident. Just in the discussion, it was very interesting, but I had a question through the chair to Councillor Hanley. Is it possible for the reserve fund to be moved into retained earnings and for the corrections to be made on the financials prior to the dissolution I'm not an accountant, so that's what I'm asking you, to make it more relevant and more accurate to today's, because we changed from the prior accounting practices to the IFRS. Are we able to do that so at least the recent financials are actually truly reflective of the situation?
I would say that becomes a question for basically administration. A lot of these irregularities is as they unfold CUI, they pick it up and they pull it back into proper pieces. Now, and that's why and administration will answer the questions as they do it, because what they can do is they can go, okay, from 2021 backwards until the end of 2017, this is the way it is, so here's how we flip it over. From 2012, I guess, because that's the first year they have a financial statement, to 2017, they understand that it was operating under a different principle. So then when we bring the assets or the revenue recognition, maybe at that point in time, they bring an adjustment back with it. So it's the sum of all the parts moves in, but it is now more properly reflected. in the city's books. And I think that's where the challenge will come for administration, because there's many questions about the irregularities and they won't have the answers until they've gone through that. You almost need to do a little bit, and I think that we've already have a motion for it, of like a forensic audit of some of those things.
So, if I can ask one more question, so then, again, from a layman's term or a resident's, thoughts going forward, then at least you're kind of comparing apples to apples. It's
Yeah.
not, we used to do it this way, now we're doing it this way, and here's a third way, so that before you actually like fix it, so that the numbers make sense and are correct.
Yeah.
And correct is probably not the appropriate word, but at least conducive to the same way that the city is doing the accounting and following the IFRS, like, but from a resident, that kind of makes more sense to me, so that you're comparing apples to apples.
And I think, to go back in, like on Anne's report, like in November when we made the resolution, we specifically said, right, the appropriate asset management and depreciation accounting was requested to be ruled when you roll it back in.
Right.
So do it properly from its inception, bringing it forward, which was on the original motion.
Okay, so you're suggesting going from 2017 and saying, okay, here's what it should have been when you changed accounting practices,
Yep.
and then make sure it's correct
Correct.
from there on forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so our last request for those speaking in support of the dissolution of 1538974. Seeing none, hearing none. Moving to our next portion, which is call upon individuals or groups that are wish to present in opposition to the rolling in and dissolution of 1538974 or CUI. Again, we don't have any reports, any letters, okay? I'll ask again 3 times. If there's anyone wishing to present in opposition. A second time, if there's anyone here willing to present in opposition. And a final time, if there's anyone here willing to present in opposition. Council, if there's any questions in regards to any of the comments that were made, please let me know. Seeing none here, Council Hanley?
I was going to suggest to council in that CUI does have a restricted reserve account that is, and as administration goes through this whole process of rolling it back in, they're going to probably require some help and some additional resources. And I would strongly suggest that the source of funding for that be the restricted surplus account of the utility company.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Question through the mayor to Anne. Actually, Joanne's questions actually piqued my interest. Do we need to look at any of the accounting practices within the city that we currently have and look at revising how we are doing some of the financial reporting or recording in order to be better in line with practices or accepted practices?
Within the city or CUI?
With the city?
The city.
City.
Not a question for you.
So, the question for the public hearing.
So, is that something we need to look at as far as even just a review? There may be no action, or should we?
Sorry, even at this point, every year we have auditor review our process and everything. So, and we've been the municipal, we follow the PSAC, and we've been reviewed every year. So in the future, if you want to do another review, that will be a different task for us to do that. But I'm sure that every year we do have audit review our reporting, and we haven't changed in the PSAP. They're not changing the accounting like in the IRS.
Councillor Hanley?
I guess to add my question though was within the budget, and there was already a resolution by council for administration to have request an external internal review over financial reporting. which is like a SOX type audit, where they looked at city's current practices versus best practices in all other municipalities to ensure that we're behaving in the appropriate fashion. So that item is on our action list, and there was money set aside in the budget specifically to do that. I guess what council's probably looking for, and Councillor Funk is looking for, is what's the status of that? Is that going to be something that we're going to get done this year? Or do we have to carry it over to next year? Ideally, we would want it to take place before this year ends.
So
And I'm not sure if you have the answer to that.
at this moment, it's already July, August. The review process probably take a little bit longer. I expect that we probably need to roll over to the next year. Or at least we can start this year and complete in the next year.
Yeah.
Okay, if we could move on, we don't have any rebuttal to the, as there was no letters in opposition or speakers in opposition. So we'll skip that, and then we're looking at any clarification from the applicant, which I think we've heard that. And just the final opportunity to ask administration questions is right now for council to ask administration's questions in relation to the public hearing today of rolling in or dissolving CUI as presented today. Councillor Hanley.
You have indicated that by the end of the year. I assume you're starting or shooting for an earlier date and giving yourself time.
We did have a initial plan, and then as soon as the public hearing and council motion, we will start immediately on the projects. And if we need any external help or extra help, I will definitely get on it right away. My goal is really, I want to finish a little bit earlier than the year because we need to prepare for the next year financial statements. So
That's right.
this will be my first priority project now. After I finish the financial statement by the end of this month, and then this will be first priority project before we go into the budget.
Excellent. So that'll be closer to the end of September.
I will provide report as we go.
Okay.
Any difficulty or anything else, I will definitely let Mayor and Council know if I need more help.
Okay, excellent. All right. Are there any last questions, Council, for administration? Seeing none, hearing none. I'd like to call for a motion to close the public hearing at 2:32 p.m. Councillor Vogt.
I make the motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We have a few motions that we came out of the public hearing that I'd like to move to. One of them, Councillor Dean, I believe you had a motion that was in regards to information talked about today to bring forward or load, I guess, onto our system.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we direct administration to include in the minutes and package an electronic copy of the paper copy that council received for today's presentation.
Great. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We have another motion that in regards to, I guess, in regards to information that, are we looking for more information from staff to provide us in relation to any of these irregularities or just simply wait for the report that they'll give us near the end? Okay. Is there anything to talk about in relation to, is there any impact to the city of not, they made the accounting change in regards to 2017 and 2018. Is there anything that needs to be done? Does it make sense to go back and correct that all the way forward, or does it make sense to make it from 2018 onward? in relation to, I believe it was gap rules, right? That they changed to?
Yeah,
Councillor Hanley?
yeah, I would say, I would suspect that what they're going to do is they're going to look at 2012 to 2017, identify the components for the years, and do the transfer. And when they do the entire transfer, then they will do an adjustment for that period of time. And then the current rules from the end of 2018 forward, they'll do the adjustment for that, move them over. So it's not necessarily a simple statement because it has to be double checked and verified. But I believe the goal is to ultimately move the proper number as if it had been done properly for the entire duration of its existence.
Because you roll in the retained earnings, right?
But if you're going to go back and restate
Yeah.
in the
We
individual
want the right
years,
number.
the retained earnings will change to a different number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because what you showed as a gain because of an improper revenue recognition is no longer there. The retained earnings, the profit for that year is not the same. So they're basically recalculated.
So I guess my question is that a motion that we need, or they already understand that?
I would suspect that they would already understand that from the motion where we asked for the appropriate asset management and the depreciation accounting as requested when it's rolled back into the city.
Okay, so we're comfortable with that, Ledge? Okay. Great. All right, so let's just organize to move forward. Where are we at? So that would move us on to item J. Councillor Hanlon? Or Councillor Dean?
I was just gonna say, we need to make a motion to accept the presentation as information.
As information?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept,
Councillor Fisher, we need to close the public hearing. We did that. We did that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
voted
Yeah, that's right, at a certain time.
at 2:32. Councillor Folt made the motion.
Okay, Councillor Dean.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the presentation as information.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, that's to Anne's request at the end.
Oh, that's right, that's what I'd like to make.
A motion that council reaffirms their resolution to dissolve the utility company, completely dissolve the utility company, the municipal control company of 1538974 Alberta Limited, with the appropriate asset management and depreciation accounting as requested back into the city of Chestermere. And any resources funding that's required for that project be funded through the utility company as restricted reserve account.
Well, Ledge, would that be one motion or two motions? Two? Okay, so we'll do the funding second.
Okay.
You should do the first one again,
So
please.
exactly what I said, less the funding part.
And does Ledge have that? We might need to clarify.
Okay, so, how about, I'll just read it again. Council, how about you do it this way, it makes sense better. Council affirms its November 2021 motion, that city, that, to direct administration to completely dissolve the municipally controlled company 1538974 Alberta Limited, also known as CUI, with the appropriate asset management and depreciation accounting back into the city of Chestermere.
Okay. Any comments or questions, Councillor Dean?
I'm just wondering if we're doing this a smidge early, only because staff recommended that the CUI financial irregularities need to be investigated before it be completely dissolved. So it's a comment that's in here, and so are we doing this early, or should that be a note on the motion?
Councillor Henley?
Yeah, is in order for them to explain the irregularities, we'll just get an explanation, right? They will go through the process of in dissolving the utility company. When you dissolve the utility company, its records stay intact. So then all of those things, those questions will be answered and can be verified back through the utility company. Because as you close the company, you have to protect its records for a number of years. So I don't think there's an issue here of by doing this. We're just affirming, we're basically authorizing administration to begin the task, right? It won't actually get closed until they go through, and they believe they have a letter from the lawyer, legal opinion of all the steps that they have to do. And the final step will be a financial statement, will be going to Alberta's, registry office to decommission the company. And those will be the final steps. And we're just giving them permission to actually embark on achieving all those steps. And then they'll come back and report to us when it is completed.
So, Councillor Dean, would you like to vote on your friendly, or would you like to withdraw your friendly? Just kind of a question.
I don't know. I'm just. Before I decide, can I have another question?
Sure.
Okay. This would be to Ledge Services. We have made, close to thousands of motions now since coming in, and this is the first time we've reaffirmed something. So I'm wondering about the duplicity of this, because we've already done this. We've given administration. Is there a need to even? I haven't seen us reaffirm a motion before, so I'm just wondering about that from a point of order process point of view.
Good morning or good afternoon. So to reaffirm it's just how it was stated. So basically you could say I make a motion to dissolve, direct administration to dissolve or reaffirm it. It's a question on how it was written. I'm just taking it that this council is looking at reaffirming and dissolving and wants to dissolve the CUI. I think it's a word that has been put into to the motion from administration.
And so does it make sense to do a motion that confirms the dissolution, whether you're reaffirming or whether you're just saying it without the word of reaffirming?
You're just wordsmithing.
Okay. And we've made the motion already in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So do we need to make the motion again?
Correct. I mean, because this is now bringing the financials, this is the close, this is just the steps that the lawyers actually is asking for as well.
Like, I don't think we need to do what we're doing right now. Is my point.
Okay, Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, my understanding is after the public hearing, right? Because we had to have an opportunity to hear from the public. If there was an opportunity, or we could be swayed to change our mind.
True.
Right?
Yes.
We could say, no, okay, we rescind the old one, or we're confirming what was going on.
Oh, thank you.
That makes more clarity. Councillor Funk?
So in addition to that, I believe our first motion was that we were moving the process forward to looking at the dissolution of the numbered company. Right now, after the hearing, we're actually confirming that we are moving forward with the dissolution of it. So the first one was the motion to start the process.
Yeah.
Now we're actually saying continue the process and do it.
Yeah, we've gone through our public hearing, so I would imagine that is that motion.
Correct.
So again, Councillor Hanlon, Councillor Dean, sorry. You have a friendly on the floor.
Yeah, I'm good with removing that.
Okay.
That was clear as mud. Totally sense.
All right. Are there any other comments in relation to Councillor Hanley's original motion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Do we make a motion out of the second request from staff? Administration will provide progress to council upon request or at a certain date? Councillor Hanley?
We got sidetracked here because we had to break up that motion into two pieces.
Oh, that's right. That's the second.
Right?
Okay, Councillor Hanley with your motion?
That I move the council directs administration to utilize the restricted surplus accounts of the utility company to fund any incremental resources required to complete the utility company dissolution process.
Okay, any comments, Council? Councillor Funk?
Do we want to put a limit on that so that they have to come back if they go over a certain threshold? Instead of just giving them their complete fund? I'd just like to see some controls around it instead of the complete. I can't remember what that account is at, but I believe it's a significant amount of money.
Here.
$653,000.
So do we want to say after 50,000 or 100,000 at each increment, they have to come back? That's just a friendly.
We do have a break in the middle of their, they're trying to get this done by end of September.
Yep.
So they might go through that first edge, levels right quick, whatever we set.
Yeah.
So, you have any thoughts?
So, because can we call a special if we need to, or, I don't know what everybody's comfortable with.
Councillor Henley?
I would suggest we ask Anne what kind of resources she may suspect she would require.
Yeah, we need a budget.
Lunch is going to need.
With the planning of hiring professional in helping with review the all the irregularity, I would suspect that professional fee would a little bit high. I request to have a maximum of 100,000, and then I will come back if I need some more. Of course, I will try my best to do the saving as much as we can, but 100,000 would be reasonable.
Yes, that's okay. All right, thank you. All right, if we can get if everyone's acceptable to that, if we could have a motion for that, Councillor Henley?
No, so I would amend my motion that council directs administration to use up to $100,000 of the restricted surplus account of the utility company to fund any incremental expenses incurred in the dissolution.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Fantastic. Are there any other motions that anyone has coming out of the public hearing? I think that
we came out of the public hearing. You had one more about that I
think I got them all now. We'll just see. Yeah, mine was the restricted surplus account was the third one. I think we're good. All right, fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
That's good.
That was a good, good discussion. Thank you, Ann. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right. So from here, we're moving on to item J, which is correspondence and information, which is we have a library board letter to council in our package, which I'd like to request a motion to accept for information. Councillor Funk?
I move that we accept the letter from the library board as information.
Fantastic. Are there any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. They have a question in there, or a request, if you will, at the end of their letter. By accepting it as information, are we committing to that? So the last paragraph, if I may, I can just read the last paragraph.
Sure, please.
The City of Chestermere Library Board would like to advocate that the Chestermere Library needs a newer and larger library space soon, and if this were to occur within a 5-year period, that the City of Chestermere cover the cost of flooring and painting required to transport this play space. That's referring to the new play space that has been created. The Library Board has invested in the cost of the play items, and all these items could be moved. So what this letter is requesting is that if a new library was to be established within the next 5 years, and they pick up that play structure and move it, that the city would help cover the cost of the paint and the floor. And so my question is, by accepting the letter, even as information, are we committing to that? And or should we make a second motion in relation to that?
Hey, Councillor Funk?
I was just going to comment on the question is, by accepting it as information, I think all we're doing is acknowledging that they have made the request, but without a motion resolution for funds, that there wouldn't be any bonus on us to provide that funding.
Councillor Henley?
I would also indicate is we have no idea what the estimate would be or when it would occur. I don't think we're in a position of, like, sometime in the next 5 years, we don't have a budget. How could we actually pass a motion or commit to something that's, 3, 4, 5 years away? Right? So I would agree with Councillor Funk that this is accepting it as information is just an acknowledgement of we've heard your request.
Yeah. Councillor Dean?
So then after this, because I can't make a motion within a motion, after this, I'd like to make a motion then, or suggest an idea that we could direct administration that should a new library be established within the next 5 years, that council commits to review the request from the library for the moving up the play space. So we're not committing to it, we're just going to review their request, just so it doesn't get lost. So then it ends up on our action list, right? And then could get carried forward, whether it's this council or the next council. We're not committing any funds, we're not committing anything. We would just be committing that, like, just a reminder so we don't lose this letter is all I'm suggesting. And so I obviously am not making that motion right now as a point of order, but I would like to make that motion after this motion.
Okay. All right, so thank you very much. And back to the motion at hand. Accepting for information. Any other comments or questions, Councillor Hannon?
I was in relation to Councillor Dean's comment. I would suggest that we follow up with the secondary motion that instructs administration to write back to the library on that particular point, reminding them that should that occur at a future date, that a formal request would be required.
I'll make those two motions.
Okay, let's vote on the motion.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, now you guys have another motion you'd like to put there? Two. Councillor Dean?
First motion is, I would like to direct administration that should a new library be established in the next 5 years, that administration review the request from the Chestermere Public Library to help pay for the cost of flooring and paint of the play space moving to the new library.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
I think we've all made a commitment to the library as a whole that we will look at any and all requests for funding at any point in time. So for us to blanket say that we're going to accept, that we're going to review it at some point in the future if they request, is just, it just seems redundant.
Are we trying to ask, Shannon, trying to just clarification, trying to ask it to remind future councils? Yeah.
I just don't want to get lost.
Just a reminder.
Often letters of correspondence might get lost, and I'm
Of
just,
this letter, yeah.
this is going to get it on the action list.
Yeah.
And then it just ends up on the action list as a, I guess, I don't know, a paused ongoing item is all I'm suggesting.
Yeah, but it's just a never ending out there.
No, it would have an end date of within the next 5 years. So if we don't do it in the library in the next 5 years, we don't have to worry about it.
So
it's just, I think for me, what it does is it's actually, to your point, it further shows this council's commitment to our library by having it as an item on our action list. It actually just, it's kind of like what we did with CUI, where we reaffirmed something that we had done. We're just having it added to our action list so that it doesn't get lost. So,
Councillor Funk?
I think this is just opening us up to any group out there, sending a letter and us having it open on our action item list, that at some point in the future, they're going to ask for money, which we would review at the time.
But is it not okay to say we want to put this in the file for at some point in the future, you're going to have a project come forward and these guys want to have interest in that project and just put it in your file. And unfortunately, we can't say anything without a motion to tell staff to put it in your file.
But that's why we do budgeting every year in order to, when they put their things forward, and we do a budget every year to identify, right? And we provide grants, we have all these other functions that come up annually to do this kind of stuff. So as long as they're providing that information in a year when they go to do it, it's just part of our normal budgeting.
And so you're saying to save it for the time rather than having it continue to be brought forward every time?
Yeah, I'm just worried that every single group that we deal with is going to send a letter saying at some point in the future, we're going to need money. And we're going to, and we'll always review it. I'm not saying we won't review it. And it seems like something we would be on board with. Every single group could do this to us if we could do this one.
Well, and the only thing that I was thinking of is that we want to make sure the onus is not just on the staff, that the library actually is also keeping up with this as well, in case staff, misplaces it or accidentally whatever, and they go, oh, you guys, I got my new library and you forgot to put me in.
5 years ago, we said that we were going to do this.
But I still think it's relevant to keep information, keep gathering as you go. I agree that it's their responsibility. But to build a file on a project, I think gradually, is normal. And for us to tell staff to do that, I don't know if it goes on our action list or something. That's, cause I hear that you're building this action list to be huge, and it's a future thing tied to a project. Jerry.
Sorry, if I can help a little bit. My only concern with the motion and the time frame is that it could be potentially, and I'm not saying that the motion is, but there's a potential that it could be tying the hands of future council.
To commit them to
future council, and they might not have your wish or where it goes. That's my only concern. I'm not saying that it is, but it can be interpreted as it could.
Can we make the motion for information purposes only, or?
And that's what it was, is information only. I think really there's counselors on the library committee that can continue keeping this thing alive. Administration is still involved. There's always another letter that the library can write as well. They're looking for, the way that I read the letter is that they're saying within the 5 years would the city commit. The city can't commit anything without a budget and a resolution of council anyway for any monies being moved. However, I'm just concerned that it could potentially tie again the hands of future council.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Dean?
Yeah, sorry, I just think that that's why it's purposeful in the way that it's a review. So a future council could review and then say no. They don't have to do it. I'm not committing us to do it. I'm saying that we would review it. So for me, because I made the motion, I would like my motion to stand and then be voted on.
Mm-hmm. And so just to clarify what you said, so staff to have future councils, remind future councils to review?
If you like, I can restate.
Sure, please.
So I would like to make the motion that we direct staff that should a new library be built within the next 5-year time period, that they would review this request from the library for the city to help pay for the flooring and the paint for the new pay structure. Simply a review.
Yeah. Any final comments? Councilor Hennis?
A friendly to that is for staff to review this request and bring it back to council for approval, because only council can actually approve the.
I would accept that amendment.
I see. Okay. All right. Any further final comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. Okay. That's passed. All right. So moving on, we're just moving to our next item, which is the in-camera item. I'm just wondering if, before we move on, if we want to do the new business first, or if we want to do our in-camera first. Okay, we'll move on to in-camera first then, which is, we have 2 items in camera. So if I can get a motion to move in camera.
Right.
Councilor Henley?
One question here is on the in-camera, they're not identified as FOIP coverage. So could we get that clarified?
So I think it's section 16, third-party business interest. Is that right for the centralized stormwater? And then I think the land sale is personal. Third-party personal privacy, section 17. Is that correct? I have my little cheat sheet that I get to read off. Okay, so we'll be looking at, for item number 1, section 16, under the FOIP Act, and Under number 2 will be section 17 under the FOIP Act. Can I get a motion to move into in camera? Councillor Vogt,
Make the motion that we move in camera at this time, and then we take a break.
all in favor? Thank you.
3 PM.
sign language. It's okay, we're still in camera technically, so nobody knows.
You wrote there where it should be.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. So if I could get a motion to come out of in camera, please. Councillor Watt?
I move that we come on camera at this time.
Great. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Coming out of camera, we have two motions that we're looking forward to coming forward with. I'll start with Councillor Hanley.
These two motions are in regards to the centralized stormwater reservoir outlet. First motion is that council directs administration to adjust the scope of the work of this project that can be completed under the approved budget.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And your second motion?
The council authorizes the mayor and the city director of growth and development to award this contract to KWL Associates to complete the adjusted scope of work as determined by administration.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Again, thank you very much. And there's nothing arising out of the land sale discussion. So we're moving to our last item of business today, which is our deputy mayor appointment. And as I understand the process in our code of conduct, or procedure bylaw, sorry. Through the appointment of that is through a method of by ballot. Secret ballot. Where is that? Are you making ballots for that? Making ballots for that?
Nope.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just, I think there is some date. I'm just putting up the notes.
Oh, okay. So we have our current term up to 8 months. We have little things that are not quite adding up, but there are 12 months. Hi, Jerry, if you could please take over.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'll make this quick because I know it's pretty much the end here. So 3.4 of your current procedure bylaw is basically says that the deputy mayor is up to 8 months and that time has passed. And it also states that the position of the deputy mayor must be filled at all times. 5.14 of also the procedure bylaw is the procedure during the appointment of deputy mayor, the following procedures apply. And that is by nomination and secret ballot, which you are correct. So at this particular time, we would like council to do is appoint myself and Missy Brewer as scrutineers to receive those ballots, secret ballots. And then that way we can go and collect them, look at that, bring them back with who would be appointed as deputy mayor. I'm open for any questions.
Okay, Councillor Hanley?
Do we need a motion for that?
You will, yes. You'll need a motion to appoint scrutineers.
Okay. Any questions or comments in regards to the scrutineer appointments? All in favor?
Oh, I
guess we'll provide the motion.
I move that Jerry Goutreau and Missy Brewer be appointed as official scrutineers for the secret ballot on the deputy mayor position.
And then just once the ballots are counted and the results are given, we'll just run those ballots. If you just want that as well, that's good.
I accept that.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. And so with that, you'd like us to...
Now you'll be doing nominations, so your nominations are now open. So your worship, you will just call for nominations for deputy mayor,
Okay,
and you'll do that 3 times.
3 times. Okay. I'd like to call nomination for deputy mayor. Councillor Watt?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Shannon Dean.
Okay. I'd like to call again motion for nomination for deputy mayor. Councillor Funk?
I nominate Councillor Malfote.
Okay, and our third and final time is asking for nominations again. Okay,
Nominations shall cease.
completion of our nomination. Thank you. Now you'd like us to, or you have the ballots, okay.
Secret ballot. Is there? No, I need
Thank you.
I've been here with getting nominated. Somebody's not looking.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So after counting the ballots, Deputy Mayor Councillor Fote has been nominated as your Deputy Mayor for 8-month period. So congratulations, Deputy Mayor.
All right, thank you. With that, if I could get a motion to adjourn? Do we have to make a motion to accept that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, moving to our adjournment. If I can get a motion to adjourn, Councillor Fote?
Make the motion. Excuse me. I make the motion that we adjourn at this time.
All in favor? Carried? Thank you.